Chapter 1204. Wu Luting actually didn't take it to heart, but he was pleasantly surprised to hear Cui Hua say this in one breath. Cui Hua had obviously seen through his thoughts, and very quickly went back to her silent meditation. Wu Luting sighed, and rubbed the stubble on his chin with the palm of his hand. Don't talk about the number one swordsman in the world, I'm afraid I can't even be considered in the top 5 right now. Even the top 10 is a bit uncertain. But the old ancestor has made such a big move, I'm too embarrassed to drag you up there. Cui Hua, I'm very depressed right now. The last sentence was something that Wen Bushing, who shamelessly freeloaded on food and drinks in the small house in Great Peace City, often said often. In fact, Wu Luting missed the word crotch, but after Wu Luting followed suit, he couldn't eat pickled vegetables for 2 to 3 months. From then on, he only dared to say, now, and not, crotch. Cui Hua didn't want to talk, and Wu Luting also felt indescribably sad. For a moment, he, the sword crown of the Wu family without a sword, and the female sword attendant, who was carrying the Su of Gojoseon, on the other side of the table, both became silent. There were about 10 tables on the first floor, and they were all dressed in bright clothes and looked very rich. It was said that Beiliang was poor, but just like other places in Liang, there were actually quite a few rich people. The guests of these inns were all talking loudly without stopping until they shocked people to death, or they were pretending to be experts and talking nonsense. It wasn't that so-and-so beside them had once known so-and-so, and that so-and-so behind them was a great swordsman who had successfully entered the sword catacomb and retreated. It was just that their words were noisy, and everyone agreed with each other. There were also many people who were startled. In fact, everyone was well aware that if someone really knew a top Jianghu swordsman, who would be willing to stay and drink in this kind of inn. Even more so, no one would have thought that not far away, there was the sword crown of the Wu family, whose name had already shaken the north and south of the river, as well as the female sword attendant, who carried the second most famous sword in the world on her back and understood Li Chuangong's 2-sleeve green snake. Even if Wu Luting announced his identity and background, no one would be willing to believe him, nor would they dare to believe him. In the eyes of everyone present, if you were really Wu Luting, you wouldn't have the face to come out and mingle in Jianghu without more than a dozen experts to serve you tea, give you water, massage your shoulders, and massage your back. How could you even boast that you were the one and only sword crown in the world? Therefore, it must be fake. About 2 hours later, the entire Yunxia town was in an uproar. The 100 cavalry from the Wu family's sword tomb really passed by here. Cui Hua stood up and reached out to her back, gently pressing down on the Su of Gojoseon ancient sword. Originally, the Wu family cavalry was going to circle around the city according to the rules, but under the leadership of a leader surnamed Wu, they changed their minds at the last moment and made an exception to pass through the city. 100 riders entered the streets of Yunxia town. Only the sound of hooves could be heard. There was no noise at all. Every one of them had the same haggard look on their faces. The oldest had a head full of snow, and the youngest was a man and woman in their 40s. Everyone had a sword on their back, but only one sword. Without exception, no one had a sword on their back, nor did they have a sword sheath to hide it. If you break into my Wu family, your skills are not as good as mine, and you will be my Wu family's sword slave for the rest of your life. This was the rules set by Wu Tsang, who became the strongest person in the world at the age of 31. The Wu family's rule, for hundreds of years, had become the rule of all swordsmen in the world. In the shops on both sides of the main street of Yunxia town, no one dared to walk on the street. They only dared to stick their heads out of the windows and doors. Their eyes were full of surprise and awe, and almost everyone's forehead and palms were sweaty. The shop assistant didn't even have the time to look at the rich girl's full breasts and graceful figure. He didn't have the ability or status to squeeze to the door, so he could only move a chair inside the door and stand on it to watch. But this wasn't the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated were the people who nimbly climbed onto the trees and roofs. When they saw the Wu family's cavalry pass right under their noses, some were shocked by the name of the Wu family's sword tomb, and some were cheering because they were rushing to Bailiang to help. But even more were stunned and didn't know what to do. When the group of one man, one sword, and one horse stopped for no reason in front of the inconspicuous inn, the people at the entrance were so frightened that they retreated in panic. Many of them fell to the ground and scrambled back into the inn with their hands and feet. As a result, Wu Luding and sword servant Cui Hua finally made way. When the shopkeeper and the shop assistant saw the second and third riders of the Wu family dismount and make way for the young master and servant, their minds were filled with paste and they were completely scared silly. The shop assistant who had been giving the master and servant a hard time these past few days fell to the ground with the stench of urine all over his body. Wu Luding sat on the horse that one of the Wu family's sword servants, Helian, dismounted and made way for him, while Cui Hua sat on the horse of an old woman that had been forgotten by Jiang Hu for many years. The two sword servants didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. As the group of horses continued to move forward, they silently followed beside the two riders. This was the rule of the Wu family. No matter what kind of strength or reputation you had before you entered the Wu family's sword tomb, your sword was inferior to mine. Even if you could wield a sword again in this life, it was up to the Wu family to decide. When the middle-aged man in the lead saw Wu Luding and Cui Hua, he didn't say a word. He turned his horse around and returned to the Wu family alone. Wu Luding turned his head and looked at the lonely back of his uncle, Wu Xian. He bit his lips and slowly turned his head, but also didn't say a word. The younger generation of the Wu family didn't care about children. They were only allowed to use the sword. Every generation, one sword crown would travel the Jianghu. If they didn't come out, they would be the best in the way of the sword. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to return to the Wu family when they were alive, and they wouldn't be buried in the Wu family after they died. This was the rule set by another ancestor, Wu He. Ever since the Wu family's 9 swords defeated 10,000 riders, in the past 200 years, almost every Wu family disciple who had the qualifications to have one of the 9 words in their name were all outstanding sword embryos who had displayed astonishing talent since childhood. However, other than the 9 words that had never been used, none of the other 8 words were left out. But strangely, other than Wu Luding who had the 6 words in his name, Wu Xian, who had been defeated by Wu Su who later became the king of Bailiang's concubine. Thus, the sword that should have been known by the world was destined to be unknown for the rest of its life, just like its owner. And this time, the Wu family's sword tomb had sent out more than 100 riders. They also wanted him, the nephew who had replaced the Wu family's sword-seeking Jianghu, to be the only person in charge. No matter how outstanding Wu Xian's sword skills were, he could only be a flash in the pan of Jianghu and die of old age in the family. The Wu family was not only ruthless to those who broke into the sword tomb, but even more ruthless to their own family members. In the past 200 years, countless Wu family disciples had only wanted to take a look at Jianghu, but they had died under the swords of their fathers. Countless men and women had quietly committed suicide. Even more so, countless people had gone mad because of practicing the sword and had been insane for the rest of their lives. Wu Luding was very glad that he had been born in the Wu family, where he had lived and died for the sword. He had never complained, but he was even more glad that he had Cui Hua to accompany him on this trip to Jianghu. A Jianghu without Cui Hua and pickled cabbage could not be considered Jianghu. Just like a certain idiot who, in the end, still believed that as long as his brother Xiaoyan was still in Jianghu, he would still be in Jianghu. Wu Luding had always only recognized that idiot as his friend. He did not even give a damn about his royal highness. When he became the king of Bailiang and became the most powerful person in the world, Wu Luding, did not think much of it. This time, Wu Luding came to Bailiang because he wanted to ask in person. Su, do you still remember the ranger who only carried a wooden sword in his life? If you dare to forget. Yes, you, Su Fengnian, are powerful. Even Wang Xianji is not your opponent. I, Wu Luting, do not have the ability to chop you to death, but I can still take hundreds of riders and leave Bailiang on my own. However, as he was thinking about this matter, Wu Luting felt somewhat helpless as he rode through Yunxia town. Even if he had the sword crown, he most likely would not be able to take away these Wu family sword slaves. In the world, other than his own ancestor, no one else had the ability to do so. Not long after. At the border between Yu and Liang prefectures, there was a roadside wine shop at a fork in the road. The middle-aged lady boss used to be glared at by the greedy customers who passed by. This time, the situation had changed. She was the one who glared fiercely at the extraordinarily handsome young man. He sat there alone and ordered a jug of wine, but he asked for 2 cups. She said that she did not have wine cups. Her shop used big bowls. He smiled and said that bowls were fine too. The woman leaned on the table next to him and looked at the handsome man who was in a daze. She thought that he had probably remembered someone he wanted to drink with. Chapter 1205. The wine shop's business was getting better and better, and several tables were filled with customers. This made the proprietress smile from ear to ear. This was a rare sight in the past. As she shouted and served the wine and meat, she calculated in her heart that she had earned a few pieces of silver and a few copper coins today. She thought about her youngest child, who was studying in a private school, who was always clamoring to buy brushes and ink. How could the family afford this expense? Otherwise, which decent woman would be willing to show her face in public? Most would rather face the yellow earth and back to the sky. Now, she could finally fulfill that child's wish. The tables were full, but there were still people behind her asking for wine. Moreover, they had no intention of leaving immediately. The proprietress had no choice but to bring out a few stools. Fortunately, the men did not think it was unsightly and only cared about drinking and eating. If it were in the past, the men who settled down in the tavern would often look at the proprietress and tease her. Bailiang women were bold and unyielding, not inferior to men. As long as the men did not go overboard and pinched them when they delivered the wine, the proprietress would not get angry. However, today, the customers all glanced to the east of the post road as if they were waiting for someone. Not long after, more than 20 people had gathered in the tavern. As a result, the handsome young man who occupied a table was particularly eye-catching. In the beginning, no one wanted to share a table and drink, but for some reason, after seeing the young man's appearance and temperament, they all subconsciously avoided him. Now, the proprietress saw that more and more customers were coming, and there were even more rich people dressed in silk. She was a bit worried about the young man. What kind of place was Bailiang? In other places, there was a saying that a disagreement would lead to a fight. Here, everyone had a violent temper that was like knives and sand. Perhaps one more glance would lead to a fight. The proprietress did not care that the young man made her lose a few pots of wine and a few pounds of meat, but she was afraid that he would get into trouble and suffer a loss. She would not be able to bear it if such a handsome young man was beaten black and blue. Just as the proprietress was about to squeeze out a smile and speak to the young man, she never thought that what she was afraid of would happen. A group of tall and sturdy men with sabers at their waists had set their eyes on the table with 3 empty seats. The proprietress was truly afraid that the young man did not know the dangers of the Jianghu. She was afraid that he would feel that he had lost face and would open his mouth to hurt her. At that time, sabers and swords had no eyes. So what if he had some family background to rely on? After so many years in Bailiang, when had there not been a year where she had not heard of a few scholars being beaten half to death? In Bailiang, unlike other places in Liang, it was not easy to wear scholarly robes. Only a young man with a cold saber could intimidate the people of the Jianghu. However, the proprietress had also heard that it seemed that the young king of Bailiang had issued an imperial edict. Nowadays, even the children of generals did not dare to privately wear cold sabers. It was even very rare to see someone riding a horse in the downtown area. The proprietress did not understand what it meant to worry about the country and the people. She only felt that the world in Bailiang was indeed better. The proprietress heaved a sigh of relief because although the young man looked young, he had a lot of Jianghu experience. He took the initiative to chat with the fierce-looking men for a while, and then smiled and asked for 10 caddies of green ant wine from her. The 5 middle-aged men who did not look like they were in the business of making a living saw that the young man was tactful and had a few more smiles on their faces. Outside of Bailiang, as long as they were not the descendants of generals, not everyone would dare to draw their sabers and start a fight within Bailiang. Moreover, the descendants of generals were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. The height of their father's official hat and the number of soldiers they commanded determined whether they could act tyrannically within a county or a province. For the people of Bailiang's Jianghu, almost every one of them had suffered at the hands of the descendants of generals. Often, there would even be people who would be targeted for no reason and would find a lame excuse to kill them. Afterwards, when they reported to the authorities, it would be nothing more than a sentence of small fry using their skills to commit murder. As the descendants of the generals of the Bailiang cavalry, how could we bring shame to our family's reputation? We would naturally lend a helping hand when we see injustice on the road. When the officials forced the people to rebel, the people had no choice but to rebel. However, if they rebelled, they would die. Back then, in the 3 provinces of Bailiang under the rule of butchers, other than the Wudang Mountain, where the immortals and immortals cultivated, which was still considered a famous sect in the martial arts world, no one else could claim to be a big sect in Jianghu. Wasn't the reason why this was the case because they were all harmed by the numerous descendants of generals? Those Jianghu masters who were truly skilled in martial arts were all hired as watchdogs, and in turn, helped the evildoers to suppress the wanderers of Jianghu who did not have any backing. In Yuzhou, there was the Sun family who came from the same hometown as the spear fairy Wangxiu. The children in the family were all proficient in the spear, but because they were unwilling to rely on the authorities and the descendants of generals, when the head of the family died, they were quickly exterminated by the enemies of a general. It was said that out of the family of more than 40 people, only 2 or 3 managed to escape. The proprietress, who had seen many customers coming and going, would occasionally think that it was not easy for people like her to make money by selling wine. Those who were in Jianghu usually looked heroic, but in fact, it was probably even harder for them. Looking in the direction of Yuzhou in the east, she saw a cloud of dust at the end of the posthouse road. The proprietress only glanced at it slightly. There were often cavalrymen of Bailiang passing by on the posthouse road, and she had already figured out the trick. It seemed that there were only about 100 of them, which was really nothing in Bailiang, which was rich in iron cavalry and big horses. The proprietress saw that everyone inside and outside the tavern, regardless of whether they were sitting on chairs or stools, stood up as if their butts were on fire. Their eyes were blazing with passion, and they were even more fascinated than when they saw a naked woman. This made the proprietress somewhat puzzled. Could it be that some big shot had graced them with his presence? She was just a rural woman who could only afford to sell green ant wine. Whether it was in Jianghu or in the imperial court, there were many things that she did not take to heart even if she heard about them. As a woman who was content with counting a small pile of copper coins every day, how could she worry about the great cause of the country for the king of Bailiang? During this period of time, she had heard many customers talk about the Wu family sword tomb, but she did not take it seriously. She stared fiercely at all the customers who left their seats, afraid that they would take the opportunity to run away with the money for the wine. After being busy for half a day, the proprietress could finally take a breather. She was in the mood to look at the young man who had ordered a lot of green ant wine. She pursed her lips and smiled. Who said that only men were allowed to look at beauties? Women also like to look at handsome men. At this moment, the young man also stood up and stood under the shade of the big locust tree next to the tavern table by the courier road. His hands covered the cuffs of his sleeves. She looked at his side profile and envied him for having a pair of attractive eyes. Moreover, when he looked at her, he did not have the look of an ordinary man who wanted to eat her alive. His eyes were clean, just like the old well in the village. The water from the well was exceptionally clear all year round. It was good to drink a ladle of it to quench one's thirst or use it to make wine. The proprietress could not help but laugh out loud as she thought about it. She wondered which family's young woman was so lucky to be stared at by such a handsome young man every day. If it were her, she would be willing to eat less and save money to buy rouge and powder that she had never used to apply on her face. The proprietress was right. There were indeed 100 riders coming from here to Liangzhou. However, even a woman like her, who did not know what Jianghu was, could see that the 100 riders were not ordinary. The riders were all people who used swords. They were not armored and carried crossbows like the cavalry of Beiliang, nor were they dressed in bright clothes like the retainers of important people. Everyone's face was as hard as stone. Many of the swordsmen looked to be in their 70s, but when they rode by, their waists were like erect military spears. Their spirit was not something that the old people in the village could have. Especially when the 100 riders looked at the tavern almost at the same time. Not only did the proprietress retreat in fear, but almost everyone else also retreated. However, for some reason, the more than 100 swordsmen did not stop after the leading rider urged his horse forward without looking sideways. The proprietress was relieved. It was good that they did not stop. Otherwise, she would not dare to charge them for the wine. The young vassal king, who was deliberately ignored by the 100 riders of the Wu family, put down his arm. In the end, he did not say anything. It was inevitable that he felt a little embarrassed. Of course, Su Fengnian knew more than anyone else present. Wu Luding, who was in the lead, intentionally turned a blind eye to Su Fengnian, and the sword slaves behind him could only continue forward with sword crown. Su Fengnian did not get angry. He sat down and asked the proprietress for half a caddy of green ant wine. Anyway, he had shown his sincerity. It did not matter if the leader of the 100 riders of the Wu family did not appreciate it, but he could not put his hot face on a cold butt, right? If it were not for the sake of the Wu family's great-grandfather, whom he had just met, he would not have waited at the border of Liangzhou. Since Wu Luding wanted to put on airs, then let him. Su Fengnian would not make things difficult for him. Su Fengnian calmly drank the wine. In his mind, he was weighing the strength of the 100 riders of the Wu family. Wu Luding and the 6 or 7 people behind the second rider, Cui Hua, could all be considered top-notch experts. If the battle was in a stalemate, and victory or defeat was only a hair's breadth away, who could stop these 100 riders and 100 swordsmen? There was no need to consider Tuoba. As long as the martial god of Beimang was on the battlefield, he did not need anyone to protect him. Hong Jingyan should be able to handle it, and Murong Baoding would probably not be able to handle it. However, in a battle between two armies, the legend of taking the head of a general in the midst of an army of 10,000 was very rare in the spring and autumn period. Especially with the appearance of several types of large crossbows that were easy to assemble and astonishingly powerful, it was very difficult for someone to achieve the feat of breaking through a battle formation or even entering and exiting a few times. It should be known that a fish-duck treading crossbow, which was made by the joint efforts of several elite soldiers, was so powerful that it was known as the 50 Flying Swords, in Jianghu. That was because within the range of 500 feet before the fish-duck treading crossbow's power had decreased, a single fish-duck treading crossbow was equivalent to a flying sword of a sword immortal. It was difficult to dodge, let alone face it head-on. If Wang Xianji had not broken Gao Shulu's physique. Su Fengnian thought of this and laughed at himself. There were no ifs in the world. Chapter 1206. Su Fengnian let out a sigh of relief. The people who had come to try their luck at the tavern had all come in high spirits after feasting their eyes. Many of them had even paid extra for the wine to the waitress when they were paying the bill. Soon, the tavern was completely emptied. Before those burly men with swords left, they didn't forget to bid farewell to Su Fengnian, who was treating them to wine. Su Fengnian continued to sit and drink his wine. Although he occasionally chatted with the woman about the harvest, he naturally didn't have any improper thoughts about the lady boss. The charming woman wasn't naive enough to think that this young man had any wild thoughts. She took advantage of the conversation. Since she didn't have any business to serve, she sat across the table from him. She carried a jar of green ant wine and a few plates of homemade dishes to go with the wine. She said that it was for him, but it didn't cost much. As the two of them chatted, 3 more guests finally arrived. 1 old man and 2 young men, all of them carrying bags and carrying wooden poles. They sat down at the table next to Su Fengnian's. They weren't from rich families. The old man only asked for half a caddy of green ant wine. The 2 young men could only smell the fragrance of the wine and watch the elder and their family drink with narrowed eyes. A burly young man with stubble on his chin asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, the swordsmen we saw just now, were they really the swordsmen from the Wu family sword tomb?" The old man nodded. The other young man with delicate features didn't look vulgar. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He looked like a woman. If he had met those young men who liked men a few years ago, he would have been better off dead. Fortunately, there were still many arrogant young men in the prisons of Bailiang. Compared to the Bailiang of the past, the Bailiang was much more disciplined. Moreover, many rich people had moved out of Bailiang. Today, with the addition of Lu Province's Bailiang, it was a rare peaceful world. After the lady boss greeted the 3 cash-strapped guests, she returned to her seat. She glanced at the delicate young man and subconsciously turned her head to look at the young man across the table. Yes, the young man in front of her was much more handsome. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed by the young man. The lady boss saw that he seemed a little helpless. She couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, she was a woman who would soon have a daughter-in-law. Her skin couldn't be that thin. The lady boss laughed straightforwardly. "Young master, you look even better than the prettiest girl in our village. Your parents must be good-looking as well. Young master, please don't be angry if I look at you a few more times." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Lady boss, if you want to look, then look. I can't control your eyes. But can you omit the small change when you pay the bill later?" The lady boss laughed and said, "How can I do that? I've already given you a jar of the best green ant wine. Later on, you can't miss a single copper coin. If young master can let me touch and pinch you a few times, I can consider it." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Lady boss, your business is really profitable." The lady boss laughed heartily without hiding anything. Su Fengnian looked at her smiling face and laughed as well. Compared to the women who grew up in the misty rain in Jiangnan, the women of the northwest frontier fortress were naturally less gentle and graceful. However, they had more of a heroic spirit that could only be cultivated in this place. Su Fengnian liked the lady boss's smile. It was just like how he liked Bailiang. For Su Fengnian, who grew up in Bailiang, Liaodong, where his ancestral home was, could never be called home. The handsome young man next door listened to the conversation between Su Fengnian and the lady boss and furrowed his brows. The tall young man sneaked a glance at the lady boss's chest that had bumped against the edge of the table and swallowed. The old man sitting next to Su Fengnian had a calm expression. He held a wine bowl and closed his eyes to smell the wine before each sip. If one looked closely, the old man and the 2 young men had thick calluses between their thumb and forefinger. It was clear that they had touched many things. Su Fengnian had seen it long ago, but he didn't want to look into it. The poor practiced literature and the rich practiced martial arts. These 3 were clearly people who practiced the spear all year round. As for why they were so shabby, even the spear shafts they used to practice the shaking of the spear were the most coarse pewter ones. Who didn't have a difficult book that they didn't want to open? The handsome young man lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Grandpa, I heard that the Sun family moved to the Central Plains. The devils surnamed he must have followed them. What should we do? The old man's eyes were complicated. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He raised his head and said indifferently, practice your spear skills first. Even if he stands in front of you now and you two stab him 100 times, you won't be able to hurt him. The young man was stunned and tears welled up in his eyes. The strong young man whispered, why did I hear that he joined the fish dragon gang? He even became a leader. Compared to the Sun family, he is even more difficult to deal with. The old man glared at him and the strong young man immediately shut up. The handsome young man's eyes lit up and the old man immediately said in a deep voice, whether you go to the Central Plains or the Fish Dragon Gang, the most important thing for you is to practice your spear skills. As long as Grandpa is still alive, I will expel you from the family if you dare to seek revenge on him. The tall young man whispered, a month with a rod, a year with a saber, and a lifetime with a spear. With my talent, I won't be able to master the spear even in 10 lifetimes. The old man slammed his wine bowl and said angrily, nonsense. Wang Xiu practiced the spear for less than 40 years and was already one of the 4 grandmasters who was as famous as old sword godly. A year with a saber. Gu Jiantang practiced for only a year and became the best saber user in the world. Our lord who succeeded Wang Xianji and became the best in the world. Speaking of this, the old man was suddenly speechless because he suddenly realized that the young lord didn't seem to have practiced the saber for many years. The tall young man snickered. Even the handsome young man was amused and the dense haze on his face faded a little. The old man shook his head and continued to drink. Grandpa, our cold saber, the curved saber of the northern barbarians, and the waist saber of the king of Yan's army in Nanjiang are known as the 3 famous sabers in the world. Can you tell me more about them? Practice your spear. No matter how good the saber is, it belongs to others. Even if you only have a wooden spear, it is still in your hands. The tall young man was very curious and full of dreams about the Jianghu of the Central Plains. He felt wronged and said, I won't lose anything by talking about it. The other young man from the north and the south was more well-behaved. He only asked, Grandpa, last time you said that our Bailiang army's spear technique is not suitable. Why is that? The tall young man laughed and said, Grandpa is just bragging. Our Bailiang army has Su Yanbing and Han Laozhan, the 2 immortal spear juniors. How can it be our grandpa's turn to make irresponsible remarks? The handsome young man said angrily, what's wrong with our grandpa? Wu Jinling, who was more powerful than Wang Xiu, even asked our grandpa about how to hold the spear when he just started practicing the spear. The tall young man made a face and said, God knows if grandpa is just bragging. The old man didn't get angry. He drank and fell into deep thought. Finally, he came back to his senses and sighed softly, let's not talk about Wu Jinling, who was considered the most talented in Bailiang back then. The immortal spear Wang Xiu, Su Yanbing, and Han Laozhan, the 3 juniors, in terms of spear technique, Grandpa was much weaker than them when he was young. In the future, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. However, you have to remember one thing. No matter what weapon is in the world, it is for people to use. Experts have their own way of using it, and ordinary martial artists have their own way of practicing it. Take Wu Jinling for example. He entered the martial grade at the age of 9, the second grade at the age of 12, and the Vajra at the age of 17. In his hands, the spear seemed to have been bestowed with supernatural powers. Even so, when he was 14, he still encountered a threshold. It was also at that time that Grandpa casually said a few words about how to hold the spear. After that, Wu Jinling was enlightened and started practicing the spear again. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Su Fingnian, who had been listening by the side, smiled and said, Wu Jinling's early death isn't necessarily because the heavens are jealous of geniuses. On the path of martial arts, it is not a good thing to be too smooth. In the Jianghu, there is a saying that there are mortal enemies. Often, two people who are at odds with each other can steadily climb up the martial arts realm. No matter how fast they are always advancing. It is probably because of the whetstone. If the immortal spear Wang Xiu didn't go to Beimang, he might not have become a grandmaster in the future. Moreover, I have also heard that in martial arts, it is taboo to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. When practicing the saber, the sword, or the spear, after reaching a certain realm, there is no need to talk about the top 3 swordsmanship or the number 1 saber user in the world. Everyone is aiming to be the number 1 in the Jianghu. Otherwise, when Wang Xianji was in the martial emperor's city for 60 years, there wouldn't be so many people who went to humiliate themselves. The old man smiled and didn't say anything. As long as it was a martial arts aristocratic family, there would be no elders who wouldn't speak of such things. In the old man's opinion, even 100 of those famous teachers with undeserved reputation could not compare to a wise teacher. Moreover, at the old man's age, no matter how much ambition he had when he was young, it had long been worn away by the passing of years. Especially when he heard about the illusory number 1 or number 2 in the world, he was even less interested. However, out of courtesy, the old man still faced the arrogant young man and raised the wine bowl in his hand as a toast. The young man also raised his bowl and drank the wine in one gulp. The tall young man was a fearless newborn calf. When he saw that this young man had even heard of Wu Jinling, he was puzzled. After all, although Wu Jinling had been mentioned as often as spear immortal Wang Xiu in their hometown, few people in other parts of the northern Yang knew of this name because he had died at a young age and died in a disgraceful way of getting drunk on the streets. Moreover, it had been decades since then. The young man couldn't help but ask, How do you know about Wu Jinling? Su Fingnian smiled and said, I heard it from a friend. The delicate young man was disgusted when he saw this guy flirting with the lady boss. He turned his head and stared blankly at the post house. Chapter 1207. Su Fingnian glanced at the 3 white ash rods of different lengths and suddenly said casually, Old mister, of the 2 juniors, one should have changed his rod half a year ago. It should have been 3 inches longer, and the other one should have increased his weight by 6 ounces. The 2 youths were confused. The old man's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed. He honestly said, I don't have money. Su Fingnian nodded and said, A single coin stumps a hero. Old mister, I still have some money left for wine. Would you like to drink another 2 caddies of wine? Of course, the woman was happy for the customer to drink a few more bowls of wine, especially the handsome young man in front of her. Without waiting for the old man to answer, she eagerly went to pick up the wine. This gave the old man a way out. He probably believed that his vision, honed from years of wandering, trusted this young stranger. He cupped his fists and smiled, Then this old man thanks you. Although the old man had gone through a lot, he still had a forthright temperament. He asked the tall young man to sit on a bench and invited Su Fingnian to sit on the seat beside him. The lady boss added some wine and meat. The plate was not big, but the amount was not enough. Fortunately, it was free of charge. Otherwise, she would be a spendthrift. The old man used his sleeve to wipe the wine and smiled, This young master's vision is accurate, very accurate. Do you also practice the spear? Generally speaking, without 10 or 20 years of practice, you can't really see the depth of my 2 grandsons. Su Fingnian shook his head and smiled, I don't practice the spear, but there are some people around me who are experts. After watching for a long time, I can understand a little. The old man joked, If that's the case, then young master should be an expert. Su Fingnian also joked, Probably a little high. The handsome youth coldly snorted, while the tall youth held back his laughter. He had never seen such a shameless person. The old man didn't take it to heart. When interacting with people, he wasn't afraid of those who showed their small flaws to others, but he was afraid of those who were scheming. The old man sighed and lamented, "Don't be fooled by how popular pewter spears are in the Liang army nowadays. In fact, this kind of material has always been considered inferior in the spear manual. It has an extremely bad reputation, it's too soft, and its toughness is all fake. When a layman wields it, he might be able to shake out some beautiful spear moves, but those street vendors, with spear tips at the throat and spear bodies that curve in a big arc, which one of them isn't a pewter spear? Give him a Bailiang spear and try it. Do you dare?" Speaking of this, our Bailiang really put in a lot of effort. Among the world's most famous wood for making spears, the red and white cowhide wood from the Guangling Road, the red ridge wood and red ridge wood from the old southern Tang dynasty, and the slightly inferior Cushio tea stick. All of them are good materials, but none of them can be found in our Bailiang. In the end, the pewter spear produced in the eastern Hunan plain was rarely seen in our Bailiang, but it was popular in the other vassal kingdoms. Why? Isn't it because the materials are cheap, the soldiers can learn to use them quickly, and they look good when they practice martial arts? This old man heard that in our border army, not to mention the heavy iron spears used by the elite soldiers, regardless of whether it's the cavalry or the gate, all of them are good wood that is as strong as iron. Just talking about the money spent, who knows how much gold and silver is spent? Especially since we have to ship them from other places to Bailiang to make spears, it's even more expensive. The maintenance of a good spear is even more expensive. After all, with so many spears being made every year, it's estimated that the tung oil used to make them can't escape. Therefore, our Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world, not just because Bailiang's athletes are born with outstanding physical strength. Su Fengnian deeply agreed. He took a sip of wine and nodded, saying, "That's exactly the reason." The old man spoke enthusiastically and drank quickly. He didn't have too many misgivings when he spoke. He was slightly distracted and said, "Everyone knows that the impact of a cavalry spear when they charge is astonishing, but they often overlook the damage that the spear technique does to the cavalry itself. If the charge between the two armies is a one-off deal, then that's fine. But the Baimang barbarians that our Bailiang is facing aren't easy to deal with either. This requires a lot of skill when it comes to wielding a spear to kill. And this level of skill varies from person to person. In Bailiang, there are no lack of cavalry commanders and spear experts who can solve this problem. But in this old man's opinion, although it seems to be good enough, it's not really perfect." Su Fengnian asked, "Old sir, what do you mean?" The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he was afraid that he would violate the taboo of speaking too much with a stranger. But then he thought that they were just strangers who met by chance, so why should he be so wary? Moreover, he was drinking wine, wasn't he? He continued, "This old man has seen 4 or 5 types of Bailiang spears by chance. There are differences in material, weight, and length. According to the soldier's soldier type, height, arm length, and strength, it's indeed quite detailed. Compared to the army in Liang, it's much better. But there are still things that can be dug deeper. For example, the Miao bamboo spear nicknamed Shu Fei has been treated, but it's not that easy to crack. In this old man's opinion, its spearhead should be increased by 1 or 2.5 inches. As for the iron cicada spear used by the infantry, 2 inches of the spear body is still not enough. It should be reduced by that length." At this point, the old man stretched out 2 fingers and gently gestured. Su Fengnian, who originally only wanted to chat casually, fell into deep thought and did not immediately jump to a conclusion. It was hard for Su Fengnian to say how heavy the tip of the Miaozhu spear should be, but Su Yanbing did mention it once. In the past, this kind of heavy spear was used to deal with the Westchu iron cavalry in the Spring and Autumn War, especially in the battle against the great halberd warriors. Almost every old Bailiang soldier who participated in the Battle of Jinghe River had deep feelings for this spear. In that battle, which was second only to the Battle of West Wall, the Su family army could directly use the iron cicada spear as a hammer. Su Yanbing said this because although the Beimang army also had heavy armor, it was still inferior to the Dechu dynasty even after more than 20 years of prosperity. Beimang also had light cavalry, so the iron cicada spear did not need to be so heavy. However, the reform involved not only the countless interests of the border army, but also the most troublesome feelings. Many old cavalry generals objected fiercely when Wutonghan implemented the reform that involved a series of specific matters. One of them was the iron cicada spear. An old general directly refuted with such a vulgar reason, "I am used to hugging a plump wife, I would rather not have a light woman. Whoever likes it can have it. After all, none of my soldiers are willing to accept it." At that time, Wutonghan had sent a large pile of documents to Su Fengnian to read. When Su Fengnian saw this, Su Fengnian took it as a rather refreshing joke. He thought that it would be better to let nature take its course and did not have the intention to force it to be implemented. As the old man continued to speak, he said, "I am used to hugging a plump wife, I would rather not have a light woman. Whoever likes it can have it. After all, none of my soldiers are willing to accept it." At that time, Wutonghan had sent a large pile of documents to Su Fengnian to read. When Su Fengnian saw this, Su Fengnian took it as a rather refreshing joke. He thought that it would be better to let nature take its course and did not have the intention to force it to be implemented. "It is not expensive, only 6 taels of silver. It is just that I cannot afford it, so I can only shamelessly look at it and not buy it. There are more than 10,000 words, really haggling over every penny. Looking at it is amazing. I have never been on the battlefield, but when I look at it, I feel like I am fighting against a martial arts expert. My whole body is cold." The white-clothed immortal soldier, who is loved by His Majesty, even has the rules of where the toilets in the barracks should be built in the book. The soldiers he brought out only need to follow the rules. No wonder Yi Baikue, the military saint of West Chu, said that if you fight against this person, once you lose your power, you will not be able to recover. The tall youth blinked and asked, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" The old man sighed and said, "It means that if you fight with this person, as long as he takes the initiative, you can only wait to lose, regardless of whether you have the advantage in numbers or not. This principle is actually the same as us martial artists competing in martial arts. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you won't understand." The old man fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine and said sullenly, "How can such a magnificent military book fall into the hands of the common people? Aren't you afraid that the northern barbarians will take it? How many more of our Bailiang will die then?" The old man sighed and didn't even want to drink anymore. He muttered to himself, "Chen Jibao indeed lost to the current king of Bailiang and didn't become the ruler of Bailiang. But this isn't a reason for the Bailiang army to ruin his hard work. Our new King Liang, isn't he going to do something about it? Or is he doing this on purpose because he has a personal grudge? If that's really the case, then this old man will really look down on him." Su Fengnian's expression changed slightly. The Bailiang army had never purposely banned the essentials of military preparation. Back then, Su Xiao and Chen Jibao didn't have any objections to it. This was probably the conceit of the higher-ups of Bailiang. Su Fengnian also didn't have the intention to slander Chen Jibao's military book just because Chen Jibao left Liang and entered the capital and became the king of Shu. In reality, even Chen Jibao's old subordinates still treated him well. He personally and severely dealt with a few cases where he deliberately suppressed Chen Jibao's old subordinates and promoted them. However, in the past 6 months, Su Fengnian had personally written and carefully read through at least 8,000 copies of official documents. Not a single one had mentioned the essentials of military preparation in the marketplace. But this still made Su Fengnian feel very guilty. At this time, he subconsciously picked up his wine bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he said softly, "The king of Bailiang has indeed made a great mistake in this matter. The old man dismissed it with a smile. How dare they, the common people, point fingers at the vassal king? Were they tired of living? Besides, who was the publicly recognized #1 person in the world after Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City? Even the most ignorant rural women and children in the northern Liang region probably knew about it. Su Fengnian raised his head and asked, Sir, with your knowledge of the spear, why didn't you join the border army? Chapter 1208. The old man revealed a painful expression and tried his best to make his tone light. It's true that my family is used to using spears, but before my family fell, I didn't like to get involved with the rich and powerful. I only hope that everyone in my family can practice martial arts in peace and one day bring our family's spear techniques to greater heights. As for other things, I never thought too much about it. My ancestors said that practicing the spear is to train the heart. If the heart is too messy, you won't be able to practice a good spear. To people like us who use spears, it's tantamount to neglecting the essentials. Su Fengnian calmly said 3 words, Sun Family Spear. The old man, who was originally kind and friendly like a neighbor's elder, suddenly changed. He lowered his hand and grabbed the white candle on the bench. His turbid eyes shone brightly and were filled with murderous intent. The 2 young men stood up almost at the same time and gripped the wooden poles in their hands tightly. This made the lady boss, who was eating melon seeds, jump in fright. She was stunned on the spot. Su Fengnian gently held the wine bowl and didn't rush to drink. He smiled and said, I don't have any bad intentions. Since I have a friend who is an expert in spear, of course I know about the famous Sun family from the same hometown as spear immortal Wang Xiu. Old Mister also told me so much. I'm just guessing. I've also heard a little about the Sun family's misfortune. Back then, a young man called He Wushu came to learn martial arts. The old man of the Sun family saw that he had a good foundation, but his conduct was not good, so he ignored him. After He Wushu was rejected, he had a few fortuitous encounters and soared all the way to success. He became Sun Dinyo's bodyguard instructor, who used to be a general in the border army. This person was born to be petty and had always held a grudge against the Sun family. After the old man of the Sun family passed away, he relied on the Sun family's background and the connections he accumulated in the government to accuse the Sun family of betraying the Liang. Of the 40 people, only 6 escaped, including 2 infants. In the past 10 years, 3 of the Sun family members died under He Wushu's spear. 2 of them were not as skilled as others, and 1 of them secretly betrayed the Sun family. However, after the old man of the Sun family passed away, he relied on the Sun family's background and the connections he accumulated in the government to accuse the Sun family of betraying the Liang. Of the 40 people, only 6 escaped, including 2 infants. In these 10 years, 3 of the Sun family members died under He Wushu's spear. 2 of them were not as skilled as others, and 1 of them secretly betrayed the Sun family. But after the old man of the Liang, he didn't get a chance. Sun Qingqiu, old master Sun, am I right? The old man's face was as cold as water. He sneered and said in a desolate tone, Good. What a tiger head spear proclamation. Sure enough, after joining the fish dragon gang, you're like a tiger that has grown wings. You actually chased me all the way here. When the old man agreed, he threw a glance at the 2 youths. He wanted the 2 children to run for their lives without caring about him, so he couldn't refuse. However, how could the young man escape at this moment? His feet were rooted to the ground, and he did not retreat an inch. This made the old man not know whether to feel happy or sad. The spear of the Sun clan would not retreat until the person was dead. Su Fengnian was still holding his wine bowl. He mocked himself, Old man's son, do I look like a henchman of Wushu? Or do they look like assassins who are chasing after you? But who in the world would treat someone to a drink before killing someone like me? The tall youth said angrily, You bastard, you must have poisoned the wine. The proprietress was not happy at all. She had roughly heard some clues from the conversation. She didn't believe that the young man was a bad person at all. Who asked him to be so handsome? She slammed the table and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Do I look like a gangster's shop? Your wine was personally served by me. It's new wine that has just been opened." "Child, which eye of yours saw the young master poisoning the wine?" Su Fingyan asked directly. "Old man's son, do you really think that the three of you are a match for me alone?" The old man didn't say anything. He didn't relax at all, but his expression was dejected. After roaming the Jianghu for most of his life, especially after more than a decade of running for his life, the old man had developed a pair of discerning eyes and a sharp intuition for danger. The moment he reached out to grab the pole, the young man beside him, whose aura was like that of an ordinary person, flashed with a shocking aura. The old man had no choice but to admit that he was no match for him at all. Su Fingyan asked, "Old man's son, I have a presumptuous request. I want you to go to the border army to be a military instructor who teaches spear techniques. However, I won't care about the grievances between the Sun clan and Wushu. I don't think you would want others to interfere." The old man laughed coldly. "This young master of unknown origin, don't think that just because you have some martial arts skills that you can talk big. I'm not that ignorant child. I know that the military instructor of our Bailiang army is a 4th-level general. If you were talking about an ordinary instructor position, I would think that you were a son of a general with an extraordinary status and believe you. Is the position of military instructor something you can give away just because you say so? Do you think you're the administrator's son, Li Hanlin?" Su Fingyan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Li Hanlin to be so famous in Bailiang now. It sounded like a good reputation. The delicate young man standing to Su Fingyan's side like he was facing a great enemy looked at this man's evil smile and wanted to kill him with one blow. Chapter 1209. Su Fingyan truly did not know how to convince Sun Qingqiu, but this old man was very likely to be a huge treasure to the Bailiang army. If used well, it could allow the border army's fighting strength to reach a higher level. It could be said that Sun Qingqiu, who had displayed his skills and completely instilled his entire life's worth of knowledge into Bailiang, was even more beneficial to Bailiang than Han Laozhan, Wang Xiu's junior brother, who was currently the deputy general of Lingzhou. Of course, all of this was just a possibility, but if they missed it, then it would not even be a possibility anymore. Su Fingyan raised his hand. This movement very quickly attracted the old man's swift and violent spear attack. The wax spear did not seem to have any momentum, but it slanted downwards, accurately and viciously stabbing towards Su Fingyan's throat. It was clean and crisp, and it contained the essence of the Sun family's spear technique, pressing forward courageously. In the end, the two youths saw the spearhead of the wax spear stop several inches away from the person. Then, the wax spear, which was in line with the Sun family's unique no-return aura, was instantly squeezed out in a large arc and then shattered on the spot. After Su Fingyan raised his hand, a young woman in tight black clothes mysteriously appeared in the shade of the tree. After seeing this scene, her exquisite figure was completely expressionless. She was the death warrior, Fan Shaochai, who had just left the whisk room not long ago. Sun Qingqiu held half of the wax spear. His palm was split open and covered in blood. Even though the old man was already certain that he was not this person's opponent, his spear attack returning without any result still shocked the old man too much. He believed that this spear attack of his was something that even those second-level experts who were usually elusive would not be able to deal with so lightly. Moreover, this young man sitting there did not move at all. There was not even the slightest movement of his qi. Su Fingyan did not look at Fan Shaochai. He only said, "You don't have to follow me for a while. Take the old man to the border of Liangzhou and find Lu Qiu, I have already decided on the official position. As for how to use the Sun family spear technique, let Lu Qiu, decide for herself." Then, Su Fingyan asked with a smile, "Old master, are you sure you don't want to make a profitable business?" The old man was an open-minded person. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, "Anyway, I have no choice. Let's see if God wants to destroy my son family. I don't believe that he Wushu, a branch leader of the fish dragon gang, can order you around." Su Fingyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked tentatively, "Would you like to leave after we finish the wine?" The old man sat down. "Drink, why aren't you drinking?" The two youths trembled as they returned to their seats. Especially the delicate and pretty youth, he was completely dumbfounded. As for the hot-headed and tall youth, his face was filled with worship. He must have really met the legendary otherworldly expert. So when this young master said that he was a little tall, he was really tall. After this incomparably excited youth sat down, he anxiously asked, "Master, young master, my grandfather always said that my talent in martial arts is not very good. Your vision must be higher than my grandfather's. Why don't you help me take a look? Could it be that I'm actually a martial arts genius?" Su Fingyan looked at the youth and said calmly, "Logically speaking, you are still a long way from your grandfather's age." The youth opened his mouth wide and still did not give up. With a sad face, he asked, "What?" "Master, young master, don't make a mistake. Can you take a closer look?" Su Fingyan smiled and shook his head. "It's harder to make a mistake than not to make a mistake." The youth sighed and drooped his head, not saying anything. The delicate and pretty youth covered his mouth and snickered. But when the master, who was not as repulsive as before, looked in his direction, he subconsciously glared at him. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Practice your spear well. You will have a great future." No one said that a woman can't practice a fierce and invincible first-rate spear art. The youth blushed. The proprietress, who had been startled many times, looked at this youth. No wonder he looked like a little girl. The woman was really stupid and bold. She joked, "Master, young master, you can't not pay for the wine just because you are a master." Su Fingyan took out a small piece of silver and put it on the table. The proprietress smiled and said, "Oh, you really didn't pay a cent more. Master, young master, you are a master. Can't you be a little more generous? Aren't you afraid that it will damage your master's demeanor?" Fan Shaochai, a loyalist not far away, recalled all the things that had happened to her. She began to admire the courage of this village woman. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Only the master knows that oil and salt are expensive. Nowadays, I don't have the capital to puff myself up at my own cost." Su Fingyan suddenly saw the blue and white falcon circling overhead. He slowly got up and said, "Grandfather, I have something to do. I will go first. We will come back to the border of Liangzhou to drink with you. I believe there will be a chance." Sun Qingqiu also stood up and nodded, not saying anything. Su Fingyan disappeared in a flash after he finished speaking. This made the woman and the two Sun family youths think that they had met a god or a ghost. Fan Shaochai said coldly, "After drinking, we will go to the border immediately." Sun Qingqiu grunted. The tall youth stared at this elder sister with his eyes wide open. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl dressed as a man was a little envious. She was really a beautiful elder sister, but she gave people the impression that she was too cold. The proprietress sitting at the next table patted her chest hard and said, "Today was really an eye-opener." The old man took a sip of wine, narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Who said it wasn't?" Fan Shaochai stood in the shade with her eyes closed. Her intuition told her that Beimang should have sent out troops. She had no interest in the ups and downs of the three Sun family members. As for that Fu Wushu of the Fish Dragon gang, perhaps for the three of them, he was an enemy that they wanted to kill for the rest of their lives but couldn't. But the gap between her and her enemy was like the distance between heaven and earth. She knew that she would never be able to kill this man with her own hands in this lifetime. After all, even Wang Xianji couldn't kill him. But this didn't mean that he wouldn't die. Because he had to face the whole of Beimang. Chapter 12:10. Su Fengnian quietly returned to Mount Qingliang. Just as Fan Shaochai had predicted, Beimang had indeed begun to move their troops southward. Moreover, they had divided their troops into 3 groups, each attacking the 3 provinces separately. This was very different from what Beiliang had expected, because the position of King of the South had been vacant after Su Huainan's death. The position of King of the North had been vacant since then, and King of the North, who was not even a feudal official, had become the second most powerful man in the world. Even Su Fengnian was not sure if it was the meticulous plan of Taiping Commandery, or if it was Dong Zhuo's deliberate pestering. Most of the time, it was said that the smart people were good at dealing with changes by sticking to the status quo. However, this kind of military affair that involved the final trend of the 2 dynasties was like a fight between 2 masters. Not only did it test the depth of their internal energy, it also tested the scheming of both sides. The lesson of being greedy for small gains and losing big gains was especially taboo. The lesson of winning a series of battles but losing the overall situation could be seen in the recent spring and autumn period. The reason why Su Fengnian had such a headache was that Beiliang's resources were far inferior to Beimang's. Empress Murong was able to confidently launch a 3-pronged attack. On one hand, she had sent Tuoba to lead the troops to suppress the grasslands in Norland. On the other hand, she had used the elite cavalry of Southern Dynasty to provoke Beiliang. She could even send a large number of troops to the Eastern Front, eyeing the borderline that Gu Jiantang had built. Of course, even an idiot would know that the final confrontation on the Eastern Front, Li Yang and Liang Mang were well aware of it. They were just putting on airs. Otherwise, they would not have left the 3 trading towns in the northern pass of Ji province open. When Su Fengnian, who was sitting alone in the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake, thought of this, a wry smile crept up the corner of his mouth. He had used his army to force Great Peace City to submit to him, and had no choice but to loosen the embargo on transporting grain to Liao province. He had also indirectly admitted that Lu province was the rightful ruler of Liuzhou, and Song Dongming had overstepped his authority. Therefore, the imperial court immediately retaliated, and did not even bother to find a fig leaf. It was said that the trade at the northern border of Ji province was much livelier than usual. Yuan Tingshan, who was once threatened by Su Fengnian to be skinned alive, was thrown into the border of Ji province by his foster father, Gu Jiantang. Now, he had become the commandant of horse tampering with 4,000 old soldiers of Ji province, and had more than 20 forts of various sizes under his command. At the same time, he was also in charge of 3 counties, and his territory was getting closer and closer to Beiliang. The power he had in his hands was almost equal to half a provincial governor and a general with real power. No doubt, this was a silent mockery of Su Fengnian, the vassal king of Beiliang. Especially after Li Huli, the eldest son of Wild Goose Castle in Ji province, died suddenly in Quicksnow Mountain Villa. Yuan Tingshan, who was very popular in the border area of Liang dynasty, was about to become the son-in-law of Wild Goose Castle, marrying the famous woman who was known as Li Jiaxuan. In addition, Yuan Tingshan had a very close relationship with the first prince, Xiao Wu, of Liao province. It could be said that Yuan Tingshan's wings were fully grown, and even the nobles in Great Peace City no longer treated him as the foster son of Gu Jiantang. Yuan Tingshan, as a stray dog, had become a shining star in the dynasty in just 2 years. There were even some people who were secretly adding fuel to the fire, and had raised Yuan Tingshan to the position of Su Fengnian's mortal enemy. Su Fengnian sat on a bench in the pavilion with 2 boxes of chess pieces on his knees. He held a dozen or so round and pleasant chess pieces. As time passed, they were soaked in his warmth and were no longer cold. Su Fengnian's thoughts drifted to the Tai and city that he hated and feared in his heart when he was young. He smiled. Just like when he was young, he always felt that Mount Qingliang was the highest mountain in the world. Only after he left Liangzhou did he know that Mount Wudong had 81 peaks. After he left Beiliang, he saw many magnificent mountains and rivers with his own eyes. With the increase of experience, many of the deep-rooted thoughts of the past involuntarily faded away. After Qi Yanglong, the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy, entered Tai'an City, even the slow-witted official sensed a storm brewing. Although Grand Chancellor Qi only held an idle job in the Imperial College for the time being and his official rank was far inferior to the Right Chancellor Jean Lanting, what was even more incomprehensible was that the Imperial College had 7 schools under its jurisdiction. It was only after Gu Jiantang stepped down as the Minister of War that he was allowed to add martial arts. However, Grand Chancellor Qi, who was as knowledgeable as the sky, chose to be the supervisor of the least popular martial arts. In terms of quality, he was barely on par with the Imperial College. In terms of quality, he was barely on par with the officials of the Imperial College. In terms of the original position in the Imperial College, the director of the martial arts, who had been neglected, was a whole imperial road away from the Imperial College. But in fact, those scholars who used to be considered clean and honest in the capital weren't even qualified to carry Qi Yanglong's shoes. During this period of time, not to mention the hundreds of officials from the Imperial College led by Jean Lanting, even the tens of thousands of students in the Imperial College were anxious. Those whose family backgrounds belonged to the upper class and who switched from the Imperial College to the martial arts overnight didn't even need to cry and shout to enter the martial arts school. Their family backgrounds were only average in the capital. They didn't even need to cry and shout that they wanted to enter the martial arts school. Their parents had already started to use silver to build connections. It was tacky to give silver. However, the Liang dynasty was so prosperous that it had created a prosperous situation that had never been seen in thousands of years. The capital was also the richest city in the world. Who didn't have a few rare calligraphy and paintings? In particular, those that had been stamped with the word fake were the best stepping stones to smoothly enter the doors of the big bosses of the Ministry of Rites. No matter how much the people of the capital cursed the young man in Beiliang, when it came to the identification of authentic works, that guy's picky eyes were very convincing. As long as he recklessly wasted a natural treasure and labeled it as a fake, it was 100% authentic. Moreover, although the young man's surname was Su and not Zhao, he had now become a proper vassal king and had defeated old monster Wang, who was recognized as invincible in the world. As long as he had his seal, no matter if it was square or round, a calligraphy or painting could be sold at a sky-high price in the capital. Su Fingnian didn't have any feelings about this matter. He was more concerned about the direction of the murderous battle between the dragon and the deer that was about to happen. According to the secret report, this Grand Chancellor, who was praised as a person who could be compared with 1,000,000 soldiers, was not really making a small fuss in the martial arts field of the Imperial College. Instead, he began to compile new scriptures under the instructions of the Emperor of the Zhao family. He even used his official status to explain the complete meaning of the Confucian sage for the first time for the Zhao family. It seemed to be icing on the cake for the imperial examination, but in fact, it was to shake the foundation of Zhonglu. This time, Qi Yanglong took the lead in compiling the classics. Just by looking at the 2 assistants, one could see how much importance the emperor attached to him. The left chancellor of the Imperial College, Yao Baifeng, and the Grand Secretary, Yan Jieshi, who was a relative of the emperor, were only assistants to Qi Yanglong. Was Qi Yanglong really just compiling a few volumes of books? He was setting the rules for all the scholars in the world for hundreds of years from now on. Su Fingnian clenched the chess piece in his hand and said to himself, "It's okay if Bai Yan loses. Anyway, Zhonglu has always been hostile to Beiliang. If Qi Yanglong can still suppress Bai Yan, Beiliang's situation will only get worse and worse in the future, won't it? Do I have the extravagant hope that Sage Qi, who is destined to accompany the sacrificial ceremony in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, will treat Beiliang differently?" Mr. Wang, who lost the debate between heaven and man, said that Qi Yanglong had always had a deep hatred for all the vassals including Beiliang. He once said, "You can be crowned as a king, but you can't split the land." At first glance, you can tell that he is an imperial tutor who works for the emperor. However, compared with his student Sun Ping, Qi Yanglong is undoubtedly much more experienced and tactful. He knows when he should not go out of the mountain and when he should. Anyway, he has the final say in protecting himself and helping the world. First, it was Bei Mang's peace decree, then it is Qi Yanglong. Can't there be fewer opponents like this? Su Fengnian sighed and withdrew his gaze. Great Peace City is always worrisome. The Beiliang Palace under my feet is also not a small courtyard with a gentle breeze. Chapter 12:11. Everyone in Mount Qingliang knew that a powerful figure had arrived. He was a scholar from Gangnam-do's Deer County. No one had heard of him before, but he had mysteriously become the deputy administrator of Beiliang. This was an unprecedented high-ranking official position in the Liang dynasty. Logically speaking, he should be one of the primary third rank and secondary second rank. However, Zhao Shi of Great Peace City turned a blind eye to this. He did not reprimand nor did he admit it. It was as if he had made up his mind to let Beiliang do whatever they wanted. Rumor had it that because of this, Wang Lufting, the manager of the Lingzhou Golden Weaving Bureau, had a headache. He did not know how to sew a fitting official robe for the deputy administrator. Whether the official patch was a first-rank crane or a second-rank peacock, it was still uncertain. Mount Qingliang was already used to this. Previously, there were two even younger scholars. Su Beiji, who was born in Beimang, was already the manager of Lingzhou. Even Chen Shiliang, who was the son of a humble concubine, had become the city magistrate of Qingzhang City in Liuzhou. Another scholar from the Song family who had suddenly gained power was nothing. Moreover, it was said that during the Yonghui era, when the pillars of the imperial court had emerged one after another to shoulder the burden, he had competed with the head of the prime minister, Yin Mao Chen, for the number one scholar. Such an outstanding figure had a much higher starting point than Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. Nowadays, the atmosphere in Beiliang had changed. The status of scholars gradually rose with the tide. This was already the trend. As for the sudden appearance of Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, there were not so many rumors. Originally, Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang had suffered a lot because of this matter. Fortunately, on Mount Qingliang, even the coachmen and cooks were people who had seen the world, so they didn't pay too much attention to Song Dongming's arrival. After Song Dongming entered this grand prince's estate located in the northwest of the dynasty, he didn't spend his days as unrestrained and leisurely as Su Beiji, nor did he live in seclusion like Chen Shiliang, who rarely came out. He didn't wear an official robe that fit him, so he only wore an ordinary scholar's robe. He usually lived in a serene and elegant courtyard on the mountainside. Intentionally or unintentionally, he had won over a group of advisors and officials who had originally been gloomy in the prince's estate. The small courtyard was called Huaigui. Because it sounded like Huaigui, it didn't have a good meaning. It was very easy for people to associate it with the words harboring evil intentions, which was a taboo. As a result, even though the view was excellent, and when the weather was clear and bright, one could see half of Liangzhou city through the window, it had still been abandoned for many years. Song Dongming had chosen this place to stay. The servants of the estate only knew that he had never set foot in the Wutong'an, where orioles and swallows have red clay in their mouths. However, there would often be women in the courtyard who held great power coming and going, and then there would constantly be unfamiliar faces entering Huaigui courtyard. Some of them left, while others stayed. Su Fengnian was lost in thought. Song Dongming not only needed to be used, but should be used greatly. However, compared to Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, whose minds were not complicated, Song Dongming was much more difficult to use. Liang Mang's war was imminent. Just as he had a large number of high-quality chess pieces, Beiliang also had a large number of good chess pieces. Among the generals, there were bright stars. Yan Wenhuan, Jean Partridge, Zhou Kan, Ancestor Gu, He Zhonghu, Qin Yunchue, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Ningame, Wang Lingbao, Li Mofan, and so on. There were simply inexhaustible talents. But what about the civil officials? In particular, the officials who could make Liang drool could be counted on one's fingers, not to mention the large number of loyal court officials who had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain during Yonghui's reign. It was no wonder that the Liang imperial court liked to ridicule Beiliang for following his example. If Su Shao was crippled, the entire Beiliang officialdom would be crippled as well. The civil and military officials would be unbalanced, and it would be difficult for them to make a difference. In war, it was not enough to say that the martial artists could fight well and not be afraid of death. Especially in the upcoming war, where tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be involved in a local campaign. The civil officials first had to be able to not be a burden. If they could also complement the martial artists, many fewer people would die. Su Fengnian raised his head and furrowed his brows. Starting from the foot of Mount Qingliang, the fish-duck crossbows continuously shot into the air. The closer they got to Tide Hark Lake, where he, the king of Beiliang, was resting, the denser the crossbow bolts became. After Su Fengnian returned from Beimang with the two heads of Su Huainan and Diwu Raccoon of Mount Tibing, the Jianghu heroes who dared to assassinate Beiliang Palace completely disappeared. After all, those Jianghu people who were able to make a name for themselves, no matter how irreconcilable their hatred was, were not fools who were willing to throw themselves into a trap. This was especially so after the battle between Su Fengnian and Wang Xianji that showed disdain for the Wulin world. Many of the Spring and Autumn clan men of sacrifice who had been hiding in Beiliang for many years silently left the country along with those generals and rich gentry. This group of people was truly discouraged. Su Fengnian could not think of anyone who could completely conceal their qi and arrive at the foot of Mount Qingliang, then suddenly charge into the palace. Even Su Fengnian could not clearly capture that indistinct figure. Logically speaking, if Xiao Shi wanted him to arm wrestle with Beimang, he could die, but he could not die too early. As for Beimang, Hong Jingyan and Murong Baoding had only recently appeared in Liuzhou, so there shouldn't be anyone who would be so bored as to come alone. Tuoba had this strength, but the mindset of the war god of Beimang had always been more inclined to achieve great feats on the battlefield. Just as Su Fengnian was feeling puzzled, he saw a figure dash out of the nearby Tide Hark Pavilion. Su Fengnian was absent-minded for a moment. Before Su Fengnian went up the mountain to practice his swordsmanship, Su Fengnian brought back the white fox face. It was a snowy winter and the white fox face was swordsmanship on the lake. At that time, Su Fengnian really thought that it was the most powerful swordsmanship in the world. Now that he looked back, White Fox's bladesmanship and bladesmanship were still superior, but there was still a gap between it and Gu Jiantang's and Chao Changqing's thunder of mind and heart of mind that he had seen in Tai and City. However, White Fox's face was the first Jianghu expert he had confirmed in his 3 years of travel. Of course, after that, Old Huang, the old man with the blade who came out from the bottom of the lake, the old hierarch Wang Zhongluo, and the old man with the sheepskin fur coat gradually appeared in his vision. Each of them had their own charm, and all of them were admirable. His reverence for Jianghu arose spontaneously. Chapter 12:12. Bai Hu Er's face passed by the tall figure 1,000 feet away from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Su Fengnian stood up. After the assassin paused for a moment, which was difficult to detect, Su Fengnian immediately recognized the newcomer's identity. It was a completely unexpected senior. A nameless swordsman who loved to eat swords. Sui Xie Valley. It was the old man who lent his sword to Su Fengnian and saved his life from Han Diaoxi. Su Fengnian stood and walked out of the pavilion. Before he could walk down the stairs, the old ancestor eater's sword came to the pavilion. The one-armed old man who exchanged his arm with Li Chungang lifted the sleeve of his broken arm. More than half of the sleeve was cut off. He said, "Gu Jiantang doesn't have such a sharp blade technique at his age." One blade is roughly equivalent to Gu Jiantang from 8 years ago. What about 2 blades? Su Fengnian stepped down the stairs and smiled. Junior greets old ancestor Sui. The old man went straight to the point. I won't haggle over your hospitality. Kid, you owe this old man your life. Give him 7 or 8 good swords first as an appetizer. How you repay your kindness later on will be calculated slowly. Kid, you robbed Wang Xianji's belongings from Martial Emperor City. I think this old man is in for a treat this time. Su Fengnian smiled and said, unfortunately, the family head of the sword tomb blocked the way at River Prefecture. Most of the famous swords were destroyed. But since old ancestor is here, there are still some good swords in the treasury. Senior, you will be full for every day you stay here. The old man glanced at the young man who he used to look down on and laughed. Kid, this is what makes you hard to hate. Although you are not a good person, you are not stingy at all. The old man stepped into the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Su Fengnian followed behind him and asked softly, Dong Tai didn't enter Bailiang with Senior. Sui Xia Valley rolled his eyes and said, he doesn't want to get involved in the court disputes. This old man is the same. It's just that Tantai Pingjing is the only demon in this old man's heart. This old man has been thinking about her for 80 years. Since she came to Bailiang, this old man naturally has to keep an eye on her. If she cheats, this old man can kill her immediately. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Naturally, he could only stand aside and watch obediently. Su Fengnian received the news very quickly. Not only did White Fox Face leave the building, she also left the city. She only carried a single blade, the Spring Thunder. Without any hesitation, she brought Wang Xing, who was helping to carry the winter-embroidered blade and the 7 swords to Beimang. She did not even bid farewell to Su Fengnian before she left. This made Su Fengnian feel a little sad. After Sui Xia Valley sat down, he said something shocking. With Xia Feiyu's help to capture the flood dragons of all sizes in Shu, Chen Jibao will soon catch up with Wang Xianji. The old man gloated, Su Fengnian, don't tell me you have a feud with everyone with Ji in their name. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he was shocked and nodded slowly. He remembered the most hidden shadow of the Qin dynasty 800 years ago. His name did not have the word Ji in it, but was called Chao Ji. The old man was just speaking casually. He did not care about this messy and confusing theory of numerology. Su Fengnian, who had a gloomy expression, leaned against the pillar of the pavilion and closed his eyes. Then, his expression turned for the better. He stood up and looked into the distance again. Sui Xia Valley, who had 2 snow-white eyebrows, stretched out 2 fingers and twirled one of his long eyebrows. He stared at the young man whose state of mind had changed and slowly fell into deep thought. From the southeast, where there were streams and drizzles, to the northwest, where there were yellow sands and strong winds, a pair of master and disciple walked for thousands of miles. They were finally about to enter Bailiang. They were about to approach the Wudong mountain that was full of incense. Finally, at the end of this auspicious year, they would climb the mountain amidst the heavy snow. At this moment, the young master was carrying his exhausted disciple and was walking slowly. Master, after becoming a Taoist, will I have to memorize a lot of books? Not necessarily. Master, Mr. Seuss said that you are the best Taoist on the mountain. Since I am your disciple, I have to cultivate well and focus on Taoism. I am afraid that I will not do well. In life, one should be at ease with one's circumstances. This is cultivation, and it is also a blessing. Master, I don't understand. What does it mean to be at ease with one's circumstances? It means to stop when you are tired. When you are not tired, you can continue. We Taoists seek Taoism. Actually, it is not in the sky but under our feet. Master, then let me walk on my own. I am not tired anymore. It's okay. I will carry you again. But master, won't this not be at ease with one's circumstances? You fool, remember. There are some things in this world that are more important than cultivation. Ha! Just like when you are walking on the road and you see someone. Even if you are not tired, you are not willing to walk anymore. Then, you can stop and look at her. It seems to go against the heavenly Tao. But in the eyes of Master's martial uncle, it does not go against the great Tao. Whether I am Taoist or not, why should I need someone else to tell me? Sigh, Master, it sounds like being a Taoist is really difficult. But Master, you also have martial uncles. Of course Master has martial uncles. Master's martial uncles will also have martial uncles. In the future, there will also be people on the mountain who will call you martial uncles. Master, look. The leaves of the tree over there are red. Then let's stop and take a look. Okay. Wudang Taoist Li Yufu put down his disciple, Yufu, and held his hand. They looked up at the yellow tree with bright red autumn leaves. The autumn tree was like a woman in red. He did not dare to calculate everything because the world was unpredictable. He did not dare to have deep feelings for fear that it would be a big dream. Li Yufu lowered his head and looked at the child who was in a daze. Martial uncle, do you really want to dream for 300 years? Li Yufu looked at the heaven and earth with a determined gaze. The people of the world seemed to be proving the heavenly Tao. Everyone had the great Tao to walk on, but they had forgotten it. No matter how high the heavenly Tao was, there would always be a peak. Celestials sat high and were called immortals. But the great Tao was endless. Why was there a need to be high and mighty? Li Yufu smiled. Martial uncle, before you died, you told me not to walk on your path. I never understood. Now I understand. Li Yufu let go of his hand and folded his hands. He slowly bowed and bowed 3 times. The first bow was to his parents and teachers. The second bow was to heaven and earth. The third bow was to the great Tao in his heart. Thunder rolled in the entire central plains. But for some reason, there was no thunder in the world. Chapter 12-13. Su Fingnian ordered someone to take out 3 good swords from the armory to make the most expensive dish in the world for Sui Xiagu. The old man would not be courteous to this young man. He casually picked up an ancient sword with the words, "Ice will at the imperfection of Yun Peak," engraved on it and placed it on his knees. He broke off the tip of the sword with his fingers and threw it into his mouth as if he was chewing soybeans. When the young maidservant whose name Su Fingnian did not know left the pavilion to collect the sword, she was stunned and had a special charm. Su Fingnian did not look sideways. Instead, it was the ancestor who looked at the graceful woman and then at the young man who had not yet reached the age of 30. His eyes seemed to be saying, "How can there be such an indifferent and pure king in this world?" Su Fingnian looked at the green lake water. Occasionally, a group of bright-colored carps slid past. Back then, the old man with a blade had been suppressed at the bottom of the lake for many years. When he saw the light of day again, he picked up the nickname 9 Swords Yellow again. At that time, the eldest sister was still in Gangnam-do, the second sister was still studying at the Shangyin Academy, and Su Xiao was not that old yet. He himself was still full of longing and daydreaming about Jianghu. Sui Xiagu ate quickly, drank quickly, and ate even faster. Soon, he was eating the second thunder of 1,000 gullies. Looking at the absent-minded Su Fingnian, he sneered, "When we first met, all 3 of your legs were trembling. Now that you've defeated Wang Xianji, you're really like a beggar who has obtained a mountain of gold and silver. You're incomparably extravagant now that you're sitting in the same pavilion as this old man, yet you still dare to daydream." Su Fingnian mentioned the last sword. It was one of the 3 talisman swords of Mount Longhu 300 years ago. It had been hidden in the tide-listening pavilion for many years. It could be said that no one knew about it, but it still shone brightly after being unsheathed. Su Fingnian thought for a while and called for the maidservant who had not gone far to retrieve 2 other good swords. Sui Xiagu did not care about this and joked. It said that the Tide Listening Pavilion has a sword rack with 6 peerless swords. This time, 2 of them are among the top 10 swords in the world. One is Fuji, and the other is Shu Dao. When this old man will open his eyes. The more you hide it, the more this old will be hungry. Be careful. He might steal it. When he can't. Others might not be able to get within 10 meters of you, but it shouldn't be difficult for me. Su Fingnian smiled. It's not that I don't want to take out the Fuji and Shu Dao, it's that I can't. Those 2 swords are my second sister's favorite. She has been wiping them since she was young. Sui Xiagu finished eating the famous sword, Ravine Thunder, and burped. He squinted his eyes and smiled. If this old man insists on eating it, what will you do? Su Fingnian smiled but did not say anything. The old man stretched out a finger. His snow-white eyebrows that hung down to his knees were like spiritual snakes coiling around his finger. The servant girl standing on the stone steps outside the pavilion suddenly felt a gloomy chill, as if someone had stuffed a handful of winter snow into her collar. She gently raised her eyebrows and looked at the young vassal king sitting quietly in the pavilion. For some reason, after seeing him, the chill faded a little. For a servant girl like her who was not on duty in Wutongan, the young man in front of her, who was said to be wearing the vassal king's embroidered robe in the near future, was so far away even though he was right in front of her eyes and within her reach. But everyone in Mount Qingliang was already looking forward to him wearing the robe sent by the Golden Thread Weaving Bureau. They were guessing what color it would be. Would it be apricot yellow, or would it be pure blue like the general's robe? Would it be a round dragon or a rising dragon? Would it be made of Sichuan brocade or silk? Especially the women in the prince's mansion. No matter what age they were, they all felt that when he wore the vassal king's embroidered robe, he would be the most handsome man in the world. They also knew that the imperial court had once had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate personally send over a jade-white embroidered robe. But he had only worn it once at the border before it was locked in a chest and completely banished to the cold palace. The servant girl's mouth was slightly open. The pavilion where the prince and the sword-eating elder had been sitting just a moment ago had suddenly become empty after her momentary absent-mindedness. She did not even feel the slightest breeze. The 2 of them had disappeared into thin air before her eyes. On the lake between the Tide Listening Pavilion and the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Su Fingnian had his back to the armory as he flew backwards. Although his figure was only a fleeting glimpse, in the eyes of the spectators in the shadows, it was still an indescribable elegance. 3 zhang in front of him was Sui Xiagu with one hand behind his back. His 2 long eyebrows, like a dragon's beard, fluttered in the wind. The 2 of them did not attack. The illusory Su Fingnian once again paused after reaching the shore. At the same time, Sui Xiagu's slightly leaning figure also appeared in everyone's line of sight. These 2 people, who stood at the peak of Jianghu despite the great difference in age, still did not openly attack each other. However, the distance between the 2 of them had already shrunk to 2 zhang. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Su Fingnian stopped in front of the Tide Listening Pavilion's 3 layers of signboards and did not retreat any further. Sui Xiagu laughed loudly, but he did not insist on barging into the pavilion through the main door. Instead, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and soared upwards. In the blink of an eye, a strange scene appeared. The servant girl in the pavilion craned her neck to look. She saw that the white-browed immortal who had eaten the sword had returned to the Tide Listening Pavilion's platform. He even stretched out his single arm to pat his shoulder as if he was dusting off the dust. Chapter 12-14. Su Fingnian floated in the air at the same height as the 6th floor, looking down at the old man on the ground. The robe under his armpit was cut open by a strand of sword aura that reached the godless realm. The sword aura was formless, and the sword was where the heart was. It was already considered a superior technique, but there were still traces to be found when fighting with a top master. However, if the flying sword technique was formless and godless and unpredictable, then it would be a real headache. As for Dong Tai's flying sword technique, it was clearly a sword, but it was superior to the godless sword aura. He already had the bearing of an immortal swordsman. No one would want to provoke this middle-aged swordsman who had borrowed a sword from Li Chungang and then returned from a visit to the East Sea. After Wang Xianji's death, even Tuoba did not dare to say that he had absolute confidence in winning. At most, he had a 50% chance of winning. The current Su Fengnian did not have the strength to do so. Sui Xiagu, who was 100 years old, was without a doubt the second-best swordsman in the world after Deng Tai. Even though the old man mocked himself for having lived 100 years in vain when he went north with Deng Tai, he was still the only swordsman in the hundreds of years of Jianghu. Li Chungang was the only swordsman who could catch up with ancestor Lu in terms of swordsmanship. Deng Tai's swordsmanship was recognized by the world as inferior swordsmanship. Sui Xiagu's swordsmanship was inferior to Li Chuangang's, and his swordsmanship was inferior to Dong Tai's by several generations. However, this was not a reason for Sui Xiagu to be underestimated. Su Fengnian stepped on Sui Xiagu, who was about to fly into the tower. Sui Xiagu responded with courtesy, and his sword aura cut his robe. The atmosphere on the Tide listening pavilion side was tense to the extreme. Su Weisheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, appeared outside the steps. He said calmly, "Just give him the 2 worldly possessions." In her opinion, there was no need to anger the old swordsman with long eyebrows, whose name was not on the rankings, but whose strength was enough to enter the rankings, for 2 swords that she would never have the chance to unsheath. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "If it's mine, I'll give it away." "Second sister, you like him?" "No way." Sui Xiagu, who had been stopped 4 times in a row, could not help but mock, "What arrogance! Do you really think that a crippled local snake like you can kill all the dragons in the world?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Senior, you asked for it." The corner of Sui Xiagu's mouth twitched as he said darkly, "Oh, this brat is really panting." This old man originally treated it as a joke, but since you don't know what's good for you, this old man will take this opportunity to correct the name of all the swordsmen in the world. Without Wang Xianji, the number 1 in the world should belong to a swordsman. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "After the battle with Wang Xianji, I learned a little and comprehended 3 moves. If Senior can withstand them, don't mention handing over Fu Ji and the way of Shu Dao, even this armory will be yours." After saying this, Su Fengnian raised his hand and the assassins of the prince's residence who were hiding in secret began to retreat rapidly. The dazed servant girl was taken away on the spot and thrown to the other side of Tidehark Lake. Sui Xiagu closed his eyes to rest and waited quietly. Su Weisheng did not move. He only supported his chin with one hand and tilted his head. He looked up at his high and mighty younger brother and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed that he really could not beat him up like before. The wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. There was a patch of reeds beside Tidehark Lake. The autumn reeds had already turned gray, their stems slanted and the clumps of fluffy reeds gradually withered. The wind rose and the catkins flew. If one were to look closely, they would see that the hollow stems of the reeds that grew from the water began to break inch by inch in a disorderly manner. In this patch of reeds at the end of autumn, the catkins flew like flying snow. At the same time, the originally tranquil mirror of Tidehark Lake at the waist of Mount Qingliang began to shatter into fine fragments. It was as if countless hammers were tirelessly striking this mirror of water. The occasional koi fish that leapt out of the water were instantly pulverized into fine powder. Countless mottled cracks began to appear on the richly colored wooden pavilion at the center of the lake. The 2 rows of scholar willows on the path to the center of the lake began to emit waves of muffled cracking sounds. In the end, the shore at the foot of Tidehark Pavilion was also affected. From the edge of the water to the empty space beneath Su Fengnian's feet, the entire area was covered with fleeting patterns of air currents. But this undercurrent, intentionally or otherwise, circled around Sui Xiegu and Su Weisheng. However, the two were in different situations. Su Weisheng had circled around of his own accord, while the old man was like a rock in the middle of a river, forcefully breaking through the current. Su Fengnian sat, cross-legged, looking down at the motionless Sui Xiegu. In terms of their understanding of the sword, whether it was sword moves or sword intent, they were the most outstanding figures in the world. Su Fengnian had also imitated Li Chuangong's sword attack on the peak of the Great Snow Plateau many times, borrowing 100 swords with great momentum. But Su Fengnian was well aware that this kind of large-scale sword attack was both pleasing to the eye and practical when used against ordinary martial artists. This was because each sword and each sword qi, even if distributed to a single person, the power would still be considerable. But when faced against an opponent like Sui Xiegu, who was on par with him, no one had ever squandered their essence, qi, and spirit in such a manner. Just like when Li Chungang and Wang Xianji met again on the surface of the Eastern Sea in the martial emperor's city after dozens of years, the old man's majestic sword flow seemed to be scattered as it smashed towards Wang Xianji. But in reality, it was one sword after another, and the sword qi was closely intertwined. Su Fengnian was doing the opposite at the Listening Tide Lake. Although he made the first move, he did not make the first move. Instead, he gave the initiative to Sui Xiegu. This was the attitude of a host welcoming a guest. I have brought out a table full of sumptuous food and wine. Whether you want to eat or not depends on whether your appetite is big enough. This move contained not only Li Chuangong's sword intent, but also Xue Songguan's random beat in the rainy alley. It also contained the essence of Deng Tai, A's thunder pool and some of the zen of the dragon tree monk. As long as Sui Xiegu, who was trapped in a circle, made a move, it would affect everything. He would become the enemy of this small world. Whether Sui Xiegu wanted to prove his swordsmanship or the reputation of the world swordsman, he had to first walk out of this small world of Buddhism's cage. Just as Sui Xiegu was about to make his move, Su Fengnian turned to look at Su Weisheng and smiled. Then, he threw a chess piece high up in the air slowly and casually. Chapter 12:15. Sui Xiagu's brows were as long as a white dragon's beard. His tall and sturdy body remained as still as a mountain from the beginning to the end. This kind of action was a result of his 100 years of experience, and also because he dared to challenge Li Chungang and Wang Xianji. If he added Su Fengnian to the mix, the three champions of Jianghu in the past 100 years had all been challenged by him. When Li Chungang returned from the demon-slaying platform, his state of mind was damaged, but Sui Xiegu did not take advantage of the situation. He still asked about the strongest person, the two-sleeved green snake that Li Chungang had mastered to the extreme. After that, Wang Xianji was at the peak of martial arts. No matter how they fought, he was always the strongest. Unfortunately, it was Yu Groom who received the last half of the sword. This was because Wang Xianji wanted to give the final battle to Su Fengnian, who was far away in the northwest. However, from the conversation that Green Pao Er heard, Wang Xianji was definitely not someone that Sui Xiegu could defeat. This time, Sui Xiegu did not enter Beiliang to work for anyone. He wanted to charge and kill the enemy in the Battle of Liangmang. He wanted to compete with Su Fengnian, an old man who did not care about riches and fame. Sui Xiegu was sure that Su Fengnian's original reliance on Gao Shulu's physique had disappeared. Therefore, the only thing that could be done was to kill without spilling blood. This was similar to the old master of the Spring Invitation Cottage who was best at talking on paper. However, Sui Xiegu believed that in today's world, there were at most a handful of idiots like himself who dared to fight with Su Fengnian. Arriving at the right time was better than arriving early. Just as Su Fengnian was facing off against the old man, Wu Luding and Su Hua led the Wu clan cavalry into Liangzhou city and arrived at Mount Qingliang. After entering the prince's estate, their path was unimpeded. The 100-some people abandoned their horses and walked to the other side of Tidehark Lake where the two experts were facing off. These withered swordsmen with long swords on their backs stood in a line. Apart from the sloppy young sword crown and the calm female sword attendants, the chief flow of these 90-some people was affected. Their tranquil minds began to ripple to varying degrees. Even if the spectators did not comment on the game, they could not help but put themselves in the opponent's shoes. This was even more so for the spectators. As a result, their state of mind was affected. Among the 90 or so swordsmen, most of them had dull expressions. Even in the face of Sir Tidehark's rare peak-level confrontation, none of them revealed an expression of shock. There was a proverb at the beginning of the Wu family's genealogy: only when the heart is dead like ashes does the sword come alive. In the end, it was to say that the sword was more important than the person. Forget oneself and remember the sword. Only in this way could the sword be enlightened and enter the divine. The Wu family advocated 2 swords. One type of sword wielding was like a lover who had met with infatuated love. After grasping the sword, they would never change their mind and would die for the sword as if it were for love. The other type of sword wielding was like a descendant who respected their ancestors. They would pay attention to the inheritance of the sword and would often think about how the swordsman who wielded the sword would conduct himself. Wu Luding squatted by the lakeside. Cuihua, who carried the Su of Gojoseon, stood behind him. On the left and right of the sword crown stood a man in his 40s. His surname was Zhu, and he gave off a gloomy aura as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The other old man stood in contrast. Even if he did not smile, he gave off the impression that he was much kinder. The sword on the old man's back was extremely thin and long. Its width was less than half that of an ordinary sword, but it was as long as 2 ordinary swords. The old man was short and his sword was almost as tall as him. These 2 people were very important even in the sword tomb of the Wu family, which was full of experts. The man Wu Luding privately called Demon Zhu was once Dong Tai's mortal enemy. The 2 of them were once abandoned on the Sword Mountain. From childhood to adolescence, they relied on each other for survival. No one knew why they eventually turned against each other and became enemies. Helion, who was nicknamed the Sword Grandpa, was a martial arts maniac. He was one of the few Beimang swordsmen in the Sword Tomb. The illegitimate son of the Wu family, Dong Tai, fought against him when he left the Sword Tomb. Helion, on the other hand, was praised by the ancestor of the Wu family as the best in terms of his unique understanding of the sword. The man with the surname Zhu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said sinisterly, "What best in the world? As long as we remove those nails, even I will have a chance to kill him." Although Wu Luding didn't have a good impression of Su Fengnian, he was still impartial when it came to matters and people. In addition, he had always hated Demon Zhu, who had killed many people in the Sword Tomb. If it wasn't for the fact that Demon Zhu had already left the Wu family, he would have pestered the ancestor to change his mind and not let the tiger go back to the mountain. He and Cuihua didn't believe that 60 dragon-binding nails could trap this person. Therefore, Wu Luding sneered and said, "Don't forget that the current Su Fengnian is a Su Fengnian without Gao Shulu's physique. His strength has been greatly reduced. If Wang Xianji hadn't died, would you have dared to say such words in Martial Emperor City?" The devil laughed mockingly and said, "Whether old monster Wang is dead or not, I won't say that I can defeat him. But since that Su Fengnian has been beaten back to his original state and is only a number 1 person in the world who doesn't live up to his name, why can't I say it? Can't kill him. As the sword crown of the Wu family, you don't even have this bit of courage. It seems that the Jianghu is destined to be worse with each generation. The Wu family's sword tomb is no exception." Wu Luding was so angry that he glared. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Cuihua say softly, "Zhu Huang, in 3 days, we will decide who the Su of Gojoseon belongs to." Demon Zhu, who had been drooling over the Su of Gojoseon for a long time, chuckled. However, there was a trace of undetectable nervousness in his fiery eyes. Wu Luding was even more flustered. However, he knew Cui Hua's temperament too well. He couldn't persuade her with words. Even if he used a few large vats of saliva, it would still be futile unless his swordsmanship was better than hers. At this moment, Wu Luding, who had left the sword tomb to travel the Jianghu for many years, suddenly realized that he might have been too content. He always felt that he would one day reach the top of the sword forest and that there was no need to rush. Wu Luding seemed lazy and undisciplined, but he was also extremely conceited. He thought that his talent was enough to make the entire Jianghu wait for that day. Elder Helion, who had been watching the tide listening pavilion all this time, suddenly said, "I've spent my entire life observing, learning, and comprehending. It's like collecting countless treasures. I want to weave 2 flawless curtains, but I'm limited by my mediocre weaving skills. I have the will, but I don't have the strength. It's said that even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. I'm helpless, and I'm even more helpless. I have 10,000 pounds of rice, but I can't cook it. Thus, I've never been able to show these 2 curtains to the world." The elder turned his head to look at the young sword crown and slowly said, "I originally thought that you, Wu Luding, could weave the 2 curtains. However, time doesn't wait for me. I'm already over 80 years old and don't have many days left to live. I might not be able to wait until the day you achieve enlightenment in the way of the sword. Now, I'm fortunate enough to encounter a ready-made one." Chapter 12:16. Wu Luding said with a bitter face, "Marry Grandpa's sword. Just keep it in your heart. Why do you have to say it and make me sad?" The old man smiled and said, "When us old men see that our juniors don't make progress, we will always hate them for not competing." Wu Luding sighed and turned to look at the lake, lost in thought. Other than the most prestigious people in the Wu family's sword tomb, there were also Zhang Wantai, the left-handed swordsman who had once fought with Gu Jiantang, Lu Jianji, the young master of the apricot sword furnace, Yu Zhuowu, Han Banjian, and the sword monk Cui Meigong of Western Shu, as well as Nailan Huayu and a few other women who had been in the sword forest for many years. All of them stared at the battle of the pinnacle beside the armory. It was very different from how people imagined it to be when 2 top experts fought. Other than the beautiful scenery of the rippling lake, the only eye-catching scene made the hundreds of people of the Wu family feel as if they had fallen into a fog. Even Zhu Huang, the Helian sword maniac, and Gong Sun Shui, these top swordsmen, followed the movement of that object with their eyes. A chess piece was thrown high up. It did not reach the top but fell down. It was still jumping to a higher place. Everyone had their own opinions. Gong Sun Shui, the top master of the southern Tang in the past, said to himself, "The young king must have built a chessboard. The place where the chess piece is planted is the time when the killing intent is born. Whether the old man with long eyebrows can win or not depends on whether he can break this chess record before the chess piece lands." Nailan Huayu, who was still as charming as before, said with a smile, "What chessboard? In my opinion, that young handsome guy is just putting on airs. He does whatever he wants to do. At his level, no matter how shallow the moves are, they can still be used by him. Isn't it just a matter of looking good?" Yu Zhuowu, who had almost gone mad from practicing the ancient sword, shook his head and said, "Then you have really underestimated this person. That senior sword chi is overflowing from his body, and his cultivation state may not be lower than Su Fingnian's. There must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. How can a battle of life and death be a game?" The sword monk, who was often called Baldi Cui by Wu Luding, carried a wooden sword, dragon-subduing wood, without a sheath on his back. He touched his head and sighed, "The Zen atmosphere here is really strong. It reminds me of the time when I passed by the Dragon Tree Zen Master at the back mountain of the 2 Zen temples." The old monk was covered in mud. With a hoe in hand, he walked towards me and greeted me with a smile. I thought he was just an ordinary monk in the temple and missed him. Later on, when he thought about it, he realized that he was indeed a person who had attained the Tao of the glazed body. No wonder they say that the Su family of Bailiang has been devoutly worshipping Buddha for 20 years. Could it be karma? The chess pieces began to fall. Just when everyone thought that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin, the sword maniac Hellion revealed a look of surprise and said coldly, "It's clear." Shui Hua closed her eyes again. Zhu Huang seemed to have sensed it at the same time. He curled his lips and had a complicated expression. It seemed to be admiration and disdain. Of the remaining 90 or so people, a few of them were obviously slower by half a beat. Most of them did not know what was going on and were still waiting for the thunderous confrontation between the two sides. The chess piece gently landed on the white-browed elder's shoulder. The elder's feet began to sink into the ground. It was only when his knees touched the ground that he stopped falling. Sui Xiagu retracted his gaze from Su Weisheng and raised his hand to casually smash the chess piece. Then, the elder raised his head. There was a hint of anger in his tone. "Whether it's you or Wang Xinji, how come you're not as straightforward as you used to be when you're in the celestial realm? Do you think that this old man is not worthy enough for you to attack with all your might?" Su Fingnian floated to the ground and said calmly, "It's hard to say what Wang Xinji thought of the sword that entered the city. If I could avoid fighting with my life on the line, I wouldn't." Sui Xiagu laughed coldly and asked, "If I attacked Su Weisheng's formation just now, would you be willing to fight with your life on the line?" Su Fingnian did not answer the question directly. He smiled and said, "Senior, you didn't attack, did you?" Sui Xiagu did not speak. However, Su Fingnian dashed forward and blocked in front of Su Weisheng. Sui Xiagu did not attack earlier. However, he purposely bore the full weight of this small kiliocosm. Otherwise, how could a chess piece cause his legs to sink into the ground? In Taoist records, there was once an immortal who used a reed to press down on Mount Buzhou. In the end, the entire mountain collapsed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, even if it was true, it was obvious. However, it was easy to see that before the reed landed on Mount Buzhou, the mountain would have already endured an unimaginable amount of pressure. Sui Xiagu knew better than anyone else that this brat had set up a trap. He had two choices. One was to attack Su Weisheng. The other was to bear the weight of this small kiliocosm. Sui Xiagu, regardless of his original intentions, he chose the more difficult option. This caused the old man to lose to Su Fingnian in the eyes of the spectators. However, for some reason, Sui Xiagu was unwilling to give up. He wanted to fight again. A buzzing sound came from the Tide Listening Pavilion. It sounded like countless mosquitoes and flies were gathered together. Su Fingnian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. "I will be injured, but you will die." Sui Xiagu, who knew the meaning of this, smiled. He used his fingers to tie a knot and asked, "How do you know if you don't try?" Elder Hellion sighed heavily. He was a little sad. "Why do you insist on doing this? Is the world sword path really going to decline in this generation?" The Tide Listening Pavilion instantly fell silent. Only one sword flew out of the tall building. Ming Jianshu said. Before Chu Lushan's 1,000 cavalry opened Shu, there was already a green-robed swordsman who opened Shu with his sword. Su Fingnian took a step forward and bent his knees slightly. He put two fingers on his right hand together and held his sword with his left hand. He pointed at Sui Xiagu. He pointed at the swordsman who had once exchanged an arm with the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. To Li Chungang, no matter how big the world was, he could settle it with one sword. To Su Fingnian, who was drifting further and further away from Jianghu, no matter how good Jianghu was, he could only look at it from the other side as long as he was still the king of Bailiang. Even if the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat, Elder Huang's sword box and Wen Hua's wooden sword were still in Jianghu. He could only stay in Bailiang, just like Wang Xianji stayed in Martial Emperor City. He stayed in Beiliang and did not care about the world's affairs. However, this did not mean that anyone could cross the line in Beiliang. At this moment, on the surface of the tide-listening lake, a large patch of purple-gold lotuses suddenly bloomed. They did not seem to belong to the mortal world. They swayed and swayed. They formed a purple-gold body in an instant, just like Gao Shulu back then. Sui Xiaogu looked up and laughed. He suddenly exhaled. He exhaled thousands of sword auras that he had swallowed for 100 years. During that extremely slow sword strike that entered the marshaled arch city, Wang Xianji's 4 disciples worked together, and it seemed like Yu Groom had blocked the last half of the sword strike. In fact, that sword strike was only half a sword strike. It had form, but no divine intent. At this moment, Sui Xiaogu wanted to challenge the world's #1 sword. Chapter 12-17. The first half and the second half were worlds apart. First, Chen Jibao entered the capital to take up the post of Minister of War, drawing a clear line with the Su family. This was a joyous matter. Then, the crown prince position that had been left vacant for a long time was revealed. The various kings left the capital to become vassals, which was also a joyous matter. Then, Yin Mao Chen presided over the evaluation of the officials. It was done methodically, like a butcher dismembering a cow, living up to his reputation as the hidden minister. If not for Su Fingnian becoming the king of Beiliang, the first half of the first year of the auspicious talisman would have been a good thing. Then came the troubled times. Guangling Road was in chaos. Lu Xingxiang, assistant minister of the Ministry of War, became the commander. The vassal King Jing was in trouble. Of the 2 old generals, one died in battle, and the other was still trapped. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were lost just like that. When the frost fell and winter had not truly arrived, it was said that Beimang's million-strong army was going south to the Central Plains. If not for the northwest being their entry point, the Liang court would probably be in deep trouble. However, Lu Xingxiang's position as the commander-in-chief was undoubtedly in jeopardy. The Confucian sage Chao Zhangqing had also appeared on the eastern front of Guangling Road and was confronting the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi. At this time, on another even more magnificent eastern front, the great pillar state Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the military and politics of the northern region, was still biding his time. Chen Jibao, the king of Shu, disappeared without a trace. Zhao Bing, the king of Yanqi, was watching from the sidelines. As the capital of the country, if not for the arrival of Qi Yanglong, who was in his twilight years, the people of Great Peace City would probably be in a state of panic. Every inch of land in Great Peace City was worth its weight in gold. Many officials who could attend court meetings every day worked for 20 years and still could not afford to buy a house. The more they worked, the less they could afford to buy one. A few years ago, there was a tragedy. An official who lived far away drowned in a river in a rainstorm in the morning in order to make it in time for the morning meeting. The current emperor was said to have the country in his hands, but he was an almost stubborn and thrifty ruler. He was also very strict with his relatives in the imperial family. In the past, the relatives of the emperor would take over the property of the people. After the founding of the country, it would get worse in less than a generation. In this dynasty, it was extremely rare. This made it seem like the emperor was different from the other emperors. However, His Majesty the Emperor was never stingy with his generosity to those important officials. Other than that group of scholars who stood out in the spring of Yonghui, there were Chen Jibao, Liu Baijie, and Lu Xingxiang. These 3 high officials of the Ministry of War lived in the best Vermilion Gate mansions when they entered the capital and were bestowed with countless rewards. However, these people still couldn't compare to Chancellor Qi. The previous owner of Qi Yanglong's residence was a county king who had been stripped of his hereditary title by the previous emperor. His eldest son had long been demoted to the rank of General Zhengue. This wasn't much. In order to take care of Qi Yanglong, who once called himself Ud Clear Gluttony, the emperor of Zhao family, who never played tricks in the imperial kitchen, specially set up an Ud kitchen in the Qi manor. He found two great masters who were proficient in cooking from the old Donghua territory just to cater to Chancellor Qi's taste. As a result, Qi Yanglong didn't even need to follow the customs of the local officials. The Qi manor was such a treasured land of feng shui, so it naturally made the city's high officials and nobles scramble like ducks. They all considered it an honor to be able to cross the Qi manor's threshold. Regardless of their status and background, busybodies liked to judge by the time they entered the manor. For a time, the Qi manor's main entrance became a dragon's gate. This was an unprecedented grand occasion that hadn't happened even when Zhang Julu was in charge of the Shangshu province. However, this was also related to Grand Secretary Zhang's unreasonable behavior. Chancellor Qi, on the other hand, was completely different. Qi Yanglong didn't reject the luxurious mansion and silk bestowed by the emperor, nor did he reject the elegant book collection bestowed by his colleagues. There were people who roughly estimated that in less than a month's time, the Qi manor's iron sword Zitherguts building had received no less than 80 books, all of which were paid per page, 1 gold per page. The Great Feng dynasty's books were publicly acknowledged to be exquisite in paper, simple in style, and excellent in engraving. It must be known that the few most famous private library buildings in the world today were the result of several generations of the family's perseverance and extravagance. Red lanterns were hung high everywhere in the Qi manor. Qi Yanglong had just sent off the Cave Abyss Pavilion's great scholar Yan Jieshi. He sat across from him and drank 2 jars of aged wine. At this moment, the old man who had come to the library alone seemed to be glowing with health. He wore a thick fur coat. The old man's figure was short and thin, especially in the north where men were all tall and healthy, so he seemed to be unable to bear the burden. The old man arrived in front of the bookshelf. Along the way, he didn't take another look at those priceless books. Instead, he pulled out a Bailiang local chronicle that Gu Jiantang had someone send over. The author was unknown. After the old man flipped it open, for some reason, he read those concise words. He only felt a wave of lonely indignation assaulting his face. The land of Lianglong, the winter is extremely cold, many clothes and skins. Although they have been damaged by rats, they are still hidden deep, all of them using thick fur as clothing. Every time there is a severe winter, the fingers will split the skin, freezing the bones for 1,000 li. The land is extremely high, the people of Lianglong can endure the cold and hunger, valiant, not fearing death. The noble, strong, and lowly old are adept at riding up and down cliffs as if they are flying. They don't need boats to cross rivers, passing by floating horses, excellent in archery and hunting. Chapter 12:18. The old man dabbed in his saliva and flipped through the pages. He read a passage, they grow up on horses and are the most heavily armored soldiers. When mounted, they gather like the wind. When dismounted, they gather like herds. Everyone is a soldier. Millions of households in Liangdi, more than millions in Jiangnan. Those who own this place have the world. Their temperament is unyielding, and they would rather break than bend. Their hearts are fickle, and they are not enough to achieve merit. Those who do not have outstanding military achievements will not be able to seize merit. When my dynasty owns this place, we can control the northwest. It is only a matter of time before we ride our horses up north. When Beimang owns this place, in less than 10 years, we will be in Guangling. The old man unconsciously read this book written many years ago. His expression was sad. The old man already knew who wrote it. His disciple Sun Ping. Compared to Yuan Benshi and Xia Feiyu, he viewed Sun Ping as a scholar to whom he could entrust his legacy. The old man had never felt that anyone deserved to be envied by the heavens. It was said that one's talent was not recognized because one's talent was not high enough. Only his disciple Sun Ping was an exception. If Sun Ping had not died early, the old man believed that he would not have needed to get involved in this mess. Now, it was not just a puddle of muddy water. There were already signs of turbid waves rising to the heavens. No matter who got involved, it would be best for them to get both praise and blame. Feeling sad, the old man silently put the book back on the bookshelf. Very quickly, a steward of the residence came to report that an important guest had come through the back door through Commandery Prince Rong, Zhao Hui. The old man did not seem annoyed at all and only said that he would be there soon. The steward originally wanted to remind his master that Commandery Prince Rong was one of the most important figures in the capital and could not be neglected. However, he quickly felt that his actions were unnecessary. Almost all of the aristocratic families in Tai and city had sent people to visit the Qi residence. Commandery Prince Taiping, Zhao Hui, as the younger brother of the previous emperor, had not visited because of his old age. Thinking about it, the guest this time was nothing more than a descendant of the old Commandery Prince's branch and was not worthy of his master's welcome. Thus, the steward left with a relaxed smile. Qi Yanglong, who did not have a moment to rest, walked to the main hall. He saw the backs of a few young people pointing at a pair of exposed feng shui stones outside the room. These were all good items left behind by the previous owner. They had been left behind because it was too difficult to move. Otherwise, this pair of huge stones from the Spring God Lake that were 2 people high could be sold for 400,000 taels of silver in the capital. The old man was not in a hurry to greet them. He walked over quietly, and when he saw their faces clearly, he smiled. They were all very popular people. Wu Shizhen, whose father was Wu Lingsu, was the former Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. Now, he was the leader of Taoism in the north. Together with the Taoist master mansion of Longhu Mountain, the 2 Zen temples were personally sealed by him. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens, let alone Wu Shizhen, the only son of immortal Wu. Wang Yuanran was the youngest son of Wang Xiongui, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was known to have handled the most money in the Liang dynasty. Last time, Wang Yuanran annoyed a large group of descendants of nobles of similar status, and was forced by Minister Wang to kneel in the snow in front of someone's house to beg for forgiveness. After that, he was thrown into the Imperial College and had been quiet for almost half a year. Now, he was probably considered to have made a comeback. Other than these 2 popular young people, there were also 2 grandsons who had made great contributions during the Spring and Autumn War. Following Yan Zhenchuan's death in battle and Yang Xinqing's loss of power, the Yan and Yang families' foundations in Great Peace City had been shaken, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. The other families of generals did not feel the same way. The ancestors of the latter who had made great contributions during the Spring and Autumn War had mostly died of old age and illness. They were originally far inferior to Yang Xinqing's Yang family, who was still alive. Yang Xinqing could do whatever he wanted in the west of the capital. Back then, most of the Han family's wealth had been handed over to him, and he had tens of thousands of elite soldiers in Ji province. Many times, the imperial court's decrees were not as important as Yang Xinqing's words. However, as long as Yang Xinqing lost his military power, then he would not just have a general's position, but the entire officialdom of Ji province would be turned upside down, and a large number of 4th and 5th rank local officials with real power would be freed up. When the 4 saw the old man, who was about a head shorter than them, they all respectfully knelt down and bowed. Qi Yanglong accepted it calmly. After they rose, he smiled and asked, "Other than waiting for me, this old man, you should be waiting for someone else, right? You kids don't have the ability to buy Prince Rong's face." Wang Yuanran was about to speak when a familiar laughter came from behind him. Qi Yanglong turned around and saw 3 visitors. They all had young faces, but compared to the group beside him, whether it was their status or their aura, they were much better. The former 4th prince, the current crown prince Xiao Zhuan. The right chancellor of the Imperial College, Jean Lanting, and a man that Qi Yanglong did not recognize. He was filled with a murderous aura that could not be concealed. Even if he was accompanied by the Crown Prince and Jean Sanlang, he did not have the awareness of being a supporting character. The old man thought for a moment and remembered a person. It should be Yuan Tingshan, Gu Jintang's adopted son, and the son-in-law of Yen Bao in Ji Province. The old Gu Lu of the Ministry of War once had a secret file that divided the upper and lower volumes according to age. Those who could be recorded in it, especially the lower volume, in the past 20 years, other than a few people who destroyed their own futures, most of them had reached the high position of a fourth-rank general at the very least. Yuan Tingshan was now in the top 3 of the lower volume. The 3 of them bowed together. Qi Yanglong told them to dispense with the formalities. He sighed and smiled. It's good to be young. Chapter 12:19. Chancellor Qi sighed. Crown Prince Xiaozhuan, Jean Lanting, and the rest only smiled and didn't say anything. They weren't at a position where they could casually argue with Qi Yanglong. At the very least, they weren't at that age yet. As the Crown Prince of Liang, Xiaozhuan had the most confidence. However, he revered Qi Yanglong the most because there was a huge mountain between him and the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy. Among the group, only he knew about the master-disciple relationship between Qi Yanglong and Half-Inch Tongue. Furthermore, with Qi Yanglong's knowledge and experience, Wu Shizhen and Wang Yuanran would probably think about the situation in the capital and the world even if the old man casually mentioned that the weather was good today. Chancellor Qi looked around and smiled in relief when he saw that the youngsters he mentioned didn't reply. At this moment, Yuan Tingshan took a step forward and smiled. It's really good to be able to live to Chancellor Qi's age. Qi Yanglong looked at this young martial artist whose name shook the capital. Not only did he not blame Yuan Tingshan for his outspoken words, he didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He looked at Yuan Tingshan and nodded. Indeed, it's better to live than to die. Especially for a battle general like General Yuan, who persevered at the border all year round. It doesn't matter if you lose a few battles, as long as you don't die, you will have everything. Yuan Tingshan was stunned for a moment and grinned. Chancellor Qi, you are much more straightforward than those old fellows in the capital city in the past. If there's a chance to make a trip to Jizhou, I will definitely bring out the best wine. Chancellor, it's impossible not to drink wine. Xiaozhuan's smile was warm and slightly helpless. Mr. Qi, don't lower yourself to the same level as this boor. Qi Yanglong waved his hand and smiled. Living in the desert border for a long time can cultivate heroic spirit. What you said is true. I will probably make a trip to the border next year, from Liangliao to Jixi. At that time, I'm afraid General Yuan won't have enough wine. Yuan Tingshan chuckled. I've done a lot of shady business of killing the rich to help the poor at the border of Jizhou this year, but not a single copper coin fell into my pocket. However, if I want to treat Chancellor Qi to a few jars of fine wine, I think my salary is enough. Jean Lanting, who had been smiling cautiously the entire time, suddenly stopped smiling. He glanced at the Crown Prince and saw that Xiaozhuan's face was calm, as if he didn't think that Yuan Tingshan would cause trouble with his words. Wang Yuanran and the others all admired this mad dog Yuan's unbridled behavior from the bottom of their hearts. The old man in front of them was someone the imperial court secretly invited to keep Grand Secretary Zhang in check. When speaking with him, who wouldn't cover their dirty buttocks with all their might, fearing that Qi Yanglong would have a bad impression of them. If that happened, they wouldn't have a chance to make a name for themselves in the imperial court for the next 10 to 20 years. For someone like Wang Yuanran, who could do whatever he wanted in the capital, not to mention Tantanan, even if he met someone like Yin Mao Chen or Yuan Gua, who called him uncle, he would still have to obediently tuck his tail between his legs and pretend to be gentle, courteous, and thrifty. Qi Yanglong gave the seemingly heartless Yuan Tingshan a glance. Such a young and reckless hero had tormented the lifeless officialdom of Ji province to the point that it nearly broke its old bones. The reason Yuan Tingshan came to the capital was to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. If he still didn't come, perhaps even his foster father, Gu Jiantang, would not be able to keep his official title and military power. Yuan Tingshan had gone on a killing spree in the region of Ji province. Many of the tyrannical clans that had been rooted in the region for over 100 years were accused of treason and recklessness. They were executed first and reported later. Before the Ji province's governor, Qin Huchen, could report to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, Yuan Tingshan had their heads chopped off. If it were only one or two incidents like this, perhaps Qin Huchen would just turn a blind eye to it. He might even cover up for Yuan Tingshan, the foster son of Gu Jiantang. But after autumn came, Yuan Tingshan's tyrannical behavior became more and more serious. The marriage between Ji province and Ji province was closely connected, and the power of each family was intertwined. The so-called 12 families in Ji province married each other, and almost all the clan leaders were related by marriage. As a result, Yuan Tingshan killed 4 of them in one go. As a result, the border of Ji province was plunged into turmoil, and the imperial censor was impeached because of it. The general of Ji province and the deputy general who was in charge of the military affairs in Ji province were implicated. Not only were they severely reprimanded by the Ministry of War, it was said that even the emperor had started to pay attention to this matter. Finally, he shifted his solemn gaze from Guangling province to Ji province. Gu Jiantang, the great pillar of Ji province, paid no attention to this, and showed no sign of supporting this foster son of his. After that, Yuan Tingshan quietly came to Great Peace City, and somehow got on the Crown Prince's boat and came to Qi Mansion. As someone who was nicknamed Mad Dog Yuan, he must know that talking to Qi Yanglong was no different than talking to the emperor directly. And to a certain extent, it was more tactful, and more beneficial. The old man seemed to feel the heavy atmosphere around him. He laughed and patted Yuan Tingshan's shoulder. He didn't play dumb with this warlord of the border who was quite a bit lower in seniority, and said straightforwardly, "Since you flatter me that I, Qi Yanglong, am a straightforward person, General Yuan can also be straightforward. On this trip to the capital, you brought the entire dowry of Yanbao's daughter. You haven't even warmed it yet, and you're already using it to make connections. I heard that it's not very effective, and not many people dare to accept it. As for me, I'm not a high official, and I'm not afraid of losing it, so I can help you say a few words. I'm not entirely helping you, but in the end, I'm just going with the flow and helping you resolve your urgent situation. There shouldn't be a problem. However, General Yuan, you have to consider the crux of this matter yourself. Otherwise, if it happens again and again, no one is willing to waste their face and incense for nothing. On this point, you can learn from the king of Bailiang back in the day." Yuan Tingshan couldn't help but sneer at Qi Yanglong. However, he could only hold back his complaints when he was facing this grand chancellor who had a profound and unfathomable knowledge. Otherwise, even when he was facing the great general Gu Jiantang, who had contributed to the annihilation of 2 kingdoms, Yuan Tingshan would still be straightforward. Naturally, Qi Yanglong had heard about the grudge between this man and the Su family. Therefore, he said earnestly, imitating a worthy person is a realm that only a virtuous person can achieve. However, if you wish to catch up with your enemy's power and status, it's something that everyone has. The latter is easier to accomplish. It's just like how you, Yuan Tingshan, didn't find Mi Fu, who had 9,000 soldiers and horses, an eyesore of Qin Yu, who was the lord of a province. Therefore, you've been thinking of adding a few thousand soldiers to your army, or even pushing Qin Yu away and becoming the provincial governor, an important official of the border. You've been building momentum for this recently. Then, based on the same logic, why can't General Yuan learn from Ren Tu and carefully study the history of this martial artist who had achieved great merit in the spring and autumn period? Could it be that the true thought in your heart is? When he said this, the old man narrowed his eyes. Yuan Tingshan quickly interrupted Qi Yanglong and said with a bitter expression, Hold on, hold on. I'm scared of you, Mr. Qi. Don't worry, I've understood what you mean. As long as you're still in the imperial court, I'll do as you say. What do you think? As for where my position will be in the end, and what I'll do at that time, if you've retired at that time, I dare not say that I'll listen to everything you say, but I'll still listen to your advice. Chapter 12:20. When the bystanders heard this, they felt as if they had fallen into a fog. The hedonistic son of a wealthy family, Wang Yuanran, didn't even listen since he didn't understand. He absent-mindedly admired the flowers, plants, and strange stones in Qi manner. Jean Lanting carefully chewed on the words of the old and young. This second-in-command of the Imperial College, who already had one foot in the center of the dynasty, already knew too much inside information. First, Chancellor Qi said he was just going with the flow. In that case, not only was the emperor not angry about Ji Bei's turmoil, he was instead happy to see it happen. Jean Lanting didn't find this strange. Back then, when the entire Han family died, it was only the first wave of cutting grass in Ji province, this important border region. What followed next was probably the second wave. Second, Chancellor Qi revealed that there would be a patrol of the entire eastern border in the near future. Perhaps the Tu Liao were dissatisfied with the imperial court's suggestion of having an assistant minister of the Ministry of War patrol in place of the Son of Heaven, so there was some backlash. There was an urgent need for an important figure with even higher authority than a third-ranked assistant minister to pacify them and set down the rules first. Then, in the future, that assistant minister patrolling the border, supervising local military affairs move could be followed. Jean Lanting even thought further. Assistant minister patrolling the border, right now, it was only the Tu Liao. Could he take an even bigger step and expand the border to Beiliang in the western border and southern Tang Path in the southernmost territory? Third, the elder wanted Yuan Tingshan to learn how to kill Su Shao. Did this mean that the imperial court, which had previously bestowed the posthumous title of Wuli, was starting to change its direction when Beimang invaded the south? Did they want to add some good reputation for Su Shao in official history? If this really was the case, then Jean Lanting couldn't continue to oppose the imperial court at this time. Jean Lanting subconsciously stared at the pile of fengshui stones that seemed incomparably ugly to him. He suddenly felt that he was no longer that fledgling who had just entered the capital. He didn't dare to claim that his wings were fully grown, but he had more or less figured out the hidden context of the Liyang dynasty. In the future, as long as he followed Qi Yanglong's words and went with the flow, why would he have to worry about not leaving his name in history? Why would he stay in seclusion in a small imperial college for the rest of his life? Eternal Emblem Spring, that was the 20-something years of peace and prosperity Grand Secretary Zhang and Tantanon worked together to create. Then in his hands, wouldn't he be able to create an even greater auspicious symbol Spring? He was still young, only in his early 30s. As long as he paid attention to his health, he could at least live for another 40 years. It was definitely not a delusion to serve 2 or 3 emperors. When he reached Qi Yanglong's age, would the same scene repeat itself? A group of young men who had the greatest hope of ascending to the top of the imperial pavilion were standing outside the hall of the mansion and treating him as if he was a god. The old man probably felt that it was inappropriate for him to favor Yuan Tingshan too much. Therefore, he turned around and chatted with Wu Shizhen. Little Zhenren Wu, great Zhenren Wu has been running around for the past year. A few days ago, your father came to our mansion as a guest. When I saw him, he was even thinner than this old man. Little Zhenren Wu, you should tell your father that health is more important than anything else. Wu Shizhen was immediately overwhelmed by this unexpected favor, hurriedly bowing deeply with his hands clasped in front of him, feeling both fear and pleasant surprise. He said excitedly, my father has admired Sir Qi for a long time, privately saying that being able to work together with Sir Qi is his greatest honor. This youngster believes that even if my father loses a bit of weight, as long as it can accumulate a bit of good karma for the imperial court, it is also something that cannot be passed on. Capital's Song family originally had the great and young masters, their power overturning the literary scene. Now, it was replaced with the great and powerful Wu family great and young masters, in charge of Northern Dao sex affairs, using one surname to face another, standing on equal footing with Dragon Tiger Mountain's heavenly master manor. Great Peace City was just like this. When the elders left, there would always be new people quickly taking their place. Shi Yanglong dismissed this with a laugh, nodding his head. Then, he looked towards Wang Yuanran. This youngster was just given a look by this elder, yet he was already silent like a cicada in winter. Where was the arrogance and conceit he normally displayed when exchanging cups with his rogues? The elder sighed and said, "The newborn calf does not fear the tiger. This is a good thing for people who have nothing to lose. Wealth comes from danger. But if you young people of noble status are not afraid of anything, then you are harmful to the country." Yuanran, it is not easy for Minister Wang to become an official. Although you are not the eldest son and do not need to carry the burden of the family, you are the most loved by your father. It is also a good thing that you are afraid of this old man. It looks like the rumors in the capital that Tantanon is watching your actions in the Imperial College are not without reason. Yuanran, do not disappoint Huan Push's good intentions. Wang Yuanran was too busy trembling to understand what the elder was saying. He only nodded his head furiously, his face red. Crown Prince Xiaozhuan saw Wang Yuanran's uneasiness and the corners of his mouth curled imperceptibly. Shi Yanglong then chatted with the two junior generals who were not much better off than Wang Yuanran. Then, he smiled at Xiaozhuan and said, "Your Highness, why don't the two of us walk around the Fu?" Xiaozhuan and the old man walked on the quiet stone path that was still shaded by greenery. Shi Yanglong joked, "Your Highness, your father-in-law just left and you're already following him. Did the father-in-law and son-in-law make an appointment in advance? What, you want to use your numbers to show off your power to this old man?" Xiaozhuan said with an innocent expression, "Mr. Qi, if I told my father-in-law this, then wouldn't the scholar of Dongyuan Pavilion not be able to eat and sleep in peace? When my wife gets angry, it will be my turn to not be able to eat and sleep in peace." The elder laughed and said, "Your Highness loves the country and the beauty, it's the fortune of the country." The two of them strolled for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The young eunuch of Ceremony Directorate, Song Tonglu, suddenly appeared in front of them. Xiaozhuan didn't say anything and went back the way they came, leading the group of like-minded Eastern Palace guests away from Qi Manor. They all looked like they had come in high spirits and returned in high spirits. Before they all boarded their carriages, Jean Lanting, who was closer to Wu Shizhen, walked forward and said softly, "Shizhen, remember, tell your father that Grand Chancellor Qi said that his body is more important than anything else." Wu Shizhen was confused and asked, "What does San Lang mean?" Jean Lanting didn't explain in detail and said with a calm expression, "You just have to pass it on, your father will understand." After being reminded, Wu Shizhen also figured out the mystery behind it. His expression became solemn as he lowered his voice and said, "San Lang, Wu Shizhen will remember this kindness." Jean Lanting waved his hand and walked into the carriage. Jean Lanting, who was now respectfully called San Lang by the nobles of the capital, sat cross-legged in the cabin of the carriage that he had purposely changed into. He stretched out his palms and tapped them lightly with his fingers, smiling deeply. It was unknown which wise sage had said that if the entire world was compared to a large net and those roads were the wires, then Great Peace City, which was the center of the dynasty, would be the starting point of this net. Whether or not one could be called an important official of the center didn't depend on what rank they were as an official, but on whether they had the ability to spin silk and weave a net. Jean Lanting felt that he already had this ability because he could influence many big shots of the dynasty and influence the direction of Sunli. Even if it was still insignificant now, this situation that everyone knew about was not to be underestimated. Yuan Tingshan's trip to the capital didn't have much fanfare. Just like this visit to the Qi Manor, he had taken the Crown Prince's carriage along the way. The two of them sat in the same carriage. Zhao Zhuan and Yuan Tingshan lazily leaned against the walls of the carriage, one on the left and one on the right. Obviously, they were the ones who hit it off the best. Zhao Zhuan smiled and said, "Tingshan, why don't you let Sir Qi finish speaking?" Yuan Tingshan touched the famous saber, flood dragon tendon, that did not come to him with any reward. His eyes were complicated. Zhao Zhuan closed his eyes and his smile didn't fade. "Actually, whether you become Su Shao or Gu Jiantang in the future, I don't care. Compared to my wise and powerful father, I'm far too lacking. Only in the matter of tolerance, I've won by a little." Yuan Tingshan sat up straight as sweat poured down like rain. Zhao Zhuan muttered to himself, "The thick frost is fiercer than the blazing sun." It's a pity that the old farmers in the countryside understand this simple principle, but the smart people in the capital don't understand it. Chapter 12:21. In the library of the Qi residence, Qi Yanglong looked at the middle-aged man who could not hide his fatigue and said sadly, "Your Majesty, how can a bow that has been taught for 20 or 30 years not break?" The emperor of the Zhao family smiled and said, "It can't be helped. In the past, I didn't have you by my side to assist me. If you had entered the capital 20 years earlier, I might have been able to live for 20 more years. It's just that life is difficult, and I have accepted it." Qi Yanglong sighed softly and then said seriously, "There's one thing, I don't know if I should ask." The emperor nodded and said, "Just as the previous secret letter said, there's nothing that can't be said and nothing that can't be done." Qi Yanglong asked, "His Majesty can tolerate Tan Tanwing's wild and dissolute behavior, tolerate the drunken sleep of the yellow door guards when they're on duty, tolerate Zhang and Gu right under his nose, tolerate Bai Yan in front of him and Han Xingxian beside him, tolerate the two emperors, Jiangnan's literati discussing politics, and tolerate the scholars writing nostalgic poems. Recall the previous dynasty. You can never slack off on government affairs. In 20 years, you have accumulated as many as 9 million words. Why can't you tolerate a vassal king who lives in a corner and has no intention of rebelling?" The emperor said bitterly, "Mister, you know the answer. Are you afraid that I will make things difficult for Northern Liang?" Qi Yanglong did not speak. His eyes were bright as he stared at the emperor of the Central Plains who had been ambitious since he was young. He did not have the achievements of the previous emperor who unified the world, but his ambition was greater. The emperor felt the simple and unadorned scholarly atmosphere in the library. He was very familiar with this kind of fragrance when he was young. He often tore apart books and played with his brother, Zhao Heng, who was the closest to him. On the other hand, he did not spend much time with his younger brother, Zhao Yi, who shared the same father and mother. The emperor was slightly absent-minded. Returning to his thoughts, he said calmly, "Don't worry, since the only person I can't tolerate is already dead, then Song Dongming of Deer City is still tolerable. If you want to ban the transport of grain and fully support Beiliang in resisting the Mang, I will listen to your advice. Tell the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue to stop making things difficult for Beiliang." The emperor continued, "Before Sir entered the capital, you had previously asked me how I would deal with Zhang Julu. In reality, it isn't that I find it hard to tolerate this Grand Secretary Zhang, but rather that the state of Zhao cannot tolerate him, so I must make a choice. To be honest, my reputation is far inferior to that of the late emperor. Before I ascended the throne, my father was ill. Before the crisis, he established a secret family rule for us princes. Regardless of who inherits the throne, we must emphasize culture and suppress military might. This is also the real reason why Zhao Heng lost to this humble one. He was too similar to the previous emperor. His military exploits were the highest among the 9 princes. If he sat in the north and looked to the south, he would be overlooking the world. Even if he exhausted the country's strength, he would still contend with Bei Mang. Back then, this humble one was still able to stop at a precipice, but Zhao Heng is destined to not be able to do so. I remember when he was young, he said that he wanted to use a jade axe in his hand to draw a border north of Beimang and south of Nanjiang. The Zhao family's son of heaven, who could no longer be considered to be in his prime, had his back to Qi Yanglong. He reached out a finger to touch an ancient text, saying helplessly, when it came to this humble one's son's generation, the eldest son Zhao Zhuan lost to the fourth son Zhao Zhuan, this is also the reason. A person who claims to be an emperor cannot be without ambition, but he cannot be too ambitious either. It is just that, however, Zhuan Er's reputation also lost to this humble one's father. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for me to keep the martial people in check. If Zhuan wants to tame the civil officials, he will also have a long way to go. With or without Zhang Julu's group of civil officials, it will be completely different. Once this humble one dies, with Zhang Julu alive for a year, regardless of whether he is in court or not, Zhuan will have his hands and feet tied year after year. Moreover, Zhuan is born with the demeanor of an elegant scholar. His temperament is romantic. Many times, even though he knows that it is wrong, he will still be soft-hearted towards those scholars who hold swords and brushes. Scholars, even if they truly care about the world, once they are asked to do something that benefits the common people, they will often be unable to do anything. Ambitious but incompetent. Such a civil official, the higher his position, the more terrifying he was. Actually, during the debate between Sir and Chancellor Wang in Shangyin Academy, I am leaning towards the defeated Chancellor Wang. However, these words are not easy to say in this humble one's position. The Liang kingdom has already lasted for more than 200 years, but in this humble one's opinion, the birth of this dynasty is in the first year of Yonghui. Compared to the 400 years of Defeng dynasty, how is Liang different from a baby in swaddling clothes? Zhuan is far from being able to sit back and relax as a prodigal emperor. This humble one naturally knows that there has never been a dynasty that has been passed down for thousands of generations. There will be a day when the world will no longer have the surname Zhao, and the top of the genealogy list will also change to another surname. The descendants of the Zhao family will have both good and evil posthumous titles in the future. However, this humble one hopes that both good and evil posthumous titles will do. It is always better to have more than less. When this humble one was young, I heard the Grand Tutor, who had yet to be abolished, telling history. When he mentioned the years of each dynasty, he always had a feeling that it was like a scholar taking part in a long or short imperial examination. However, the people taking the examination could be passed down by father and son. If someone's answer was outstanding, he would be favored by God, the main examiner. If someone's answer was muddled, something would be deducted. Adding and subtracting, when there was nothing left to be deducted, then the imperial family of the world would no longer have the qualifications to take part in the imperial examination, and thus a dynasty would come to an end. If we count from the time when Taizu founded Liang, I believe that compared to those ancestors, this humble one's governance is 80 to 90% better. I only lose to a few people, including Taizu, who had great talent and vision, and the previous emperor, who had a thorough understanding of people. As the emperor rambled on, his face glowed with a kind of morbid expression. For a long time, it was the emperor who bared his heart, while the old man listened attentively, occasionally smiling knowingly. In today's world, only Qi Yanglong could make the emperor of the Zhao family so happy. He suddenly smiled and said, "Sir, your three disciples, Sun Ping, Sir Yuan, and Sir Xia, have all wholeheartedly supported Liang. It can be said that the four of you, master and disciples, have supported half of our dynasty. You can say that your contributions are truly irreplaceable." From the way the emperor of the Zhao family addressed the three of them, it could be seen that he was close to Qi Yanglong and his three disciples. The time he spent with the scholar Sun Ping was the shortest, but he felt that they could call each other by their names. He addressed Yuan Benshi as Mr. Yuan out of sincere respect, and directly said Xia Feiyu's name, revealing a sense of casualness. Chapter 1222. The old man waved his hand and said, compared to those legendary figures of the spring and autumn period, I, Qianglong, became famous the latest. I'm also recognized as the most stupid scholar. When I was in my 30s, I was still wandering around Jianghu and accomplished nothing. But Zhang Julu and Huan Wen's mentor was already famous all over the world, and there was also that old guy from Gangnam-do who liked to raise cats. When they were in power, I could only watch from afar. I didn't even have the face to visit them. Speaking of my disciples, on the surface, I seem to be the proudest. However, if you really want to compare them, one is Zhang Julu, who has shown his talent, and the other is Huan Wen, who is clumsy. Of these two, Huan Wen is on the same path as me. In the end, he can't escape the conventions of the secular world. As for my three disciples, although each of them can surpass their master in some way, compared to Zhang Julu, other than Sun Ping, who has lived for 20 more years, the other two can't compare to him. Qi Yanglong sighed and said, Zhang Julu is the only guy who can be called a genius of the world alongside Huang Sanjia. Everyone says that he's just a tinkerer from Liang. Hey, I underestimated Green Eyes. This time I came to the capital, I didn't have the intention to start over. On the contrary, many of Zhang Julu's actions had to be too rigid, so I had to fix it. I'm the tinkerer. If it weren't for Zhang Julu, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I would have stayed in Shangyin Academy for the rest of my life, doing the bullshit knowledge that no one cares about after a few generations. The old man looked at the emperor of Zhao family, stretched out his hands and laughed softly, Your Majesty, you're a good emperor. There's no doubt that you're talented and intelligent, but you still insist on making up for it with hard work. I dare say that in today's world, there's only an evaluation of generals. If there's an evaluation of emperors, in the past 1,000 years, starting from the great Emperor Qin's reign and counting the next 1,000 years, you can be ranked in the top 10. The emperor was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, I can also get a similar evaluation of the top 10 masters in the world. Qi Yanglong also laughed and then nodded heavily. The emperor walked to the window of the Iron Sword Guqin Library and looked up to see a flock of pigeons flying across the sky of the capital. He vaguely heard the sound of pigeons chirping. He asked self-deprecatingly, Sir, is it that I'm about to die, so my words are also kind? For the first time, Qi Yanglong didn't know how to answer. The emperor muttered to himself, how good would it be if Su Shao didn't have a son? Otherwise, that young man would die early in the Jianghu, but at the same time leave behind an heir. Then, I won't be stingy to give Su Shao the greatest title, give that young man a hereditary title, and invite Su Zhao's grandson into the capital to enjoy the special treatment that even surpasses that of Zhao Jialong's descendants. As long as the Zhao clan rules the world, the descendants of the Su clan will enjoy a day of prosperity. Qi Yanglong was silent. Qi Yanglong answered slowly, decentralization. Completely breaking up the local forces. But this has to wait until the world is unified. When the time comes and Beimang is annexed, according to the current system of Liang's 4 major prefectures, counties, and prefectures, the head of a Dao is just a civil and military division between the Jidushi and the Jingshi. As long as the Jidushi completely overpowers the Jingshi, he will be no different from a country's monarch during the spring and autumn period. Liang has suffered the calamity of being separated by the military. We must not repeat the same mistake. Especially after taking over the northern Mang, in addition to the original 14, there would be a total of more than 24 provinces. It might seem like a lot, but at the present level of postal stations, except for the hinterland of the Central Plains, most of the provincial governors and governors were far away from the emperor. The establishment of the Dao level was originally a temporary establishment, and it would be abolished later. Not only that, the 30-plus provinces in Liang now had to be further divided, with some large counties singled out as provinces. Under the premise of maintaining the civil and military co-governance and the checks and balances between each other, there should be 80 provinces in the world in the future. Moreover, the provincial governors and generals of each province had to be rotated every 4 to 6 years. During the rotation, they had to go to the capital to meet the emperor. There won't be too much resistance when this is implemented. After all, when the time comes, the civil and military heads of a prefecture will have real power and their official ranks will be high. Everyone will be happy to see this happen. Even if some of the current jinxure and prefectures are resentful, they won't be able to resist the urging of their subordinates. If they dare to go against the trend, they will be digging their own graves. The imperial court won't even need to do anything. Qi Yanglong hesitated for a moment. He raised his arm and made a clenching and unclenching gesture. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "This is decentralization." The next step will depend on the ability of the future Zhao Emperor to decentralize. Decentralization can't be too tight. You can't hold on to it and not let go. You can't appoint people by favoritism. You can't think that you'll get it done once and for all. Scholars can debate whether human nature is good or evil. But as an emperor, you have to firmly believe that human nature is easy to change, that greed is hard to satisfy, and that you have to constantly show kindness and severity. But generally speaking, as long as this matter is successful, it won't be difficult for the Zhao family of Liang to remain at the top of the genealogy for another 200 years. As for specific measures, for example, the closer to the border, you can use favoritism and not virtue. The closer you are to the capital, you can use virtue and not favoritism. When you rotate, you must follow this principle. But this kind of thing is ultimately just a minor detail. The emperor listened attentively to the old man's words, not daring to miss a single word. Qi Yanglong seemed to have realized something. He said, "It's inevitable that the world will be divided and united. But if we trace it back to the source, every time the world is in chaos, it's the dynasty that blocks everyone's path to ascension. In fact, it's very simple to be a commoner and an official. That is to let them have a thought in their hearts. With a thought, they will be afraid of death and don't want to die. In the end, as an emperor, no matter how stingy he is, he still has to give everyone a pair of shoes to wear. Don't let the people in the world be barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. Because of this, they will have the last thought of daring to pull the emperor down from his horse." On this point, Su Fengnian did very well. From the generals of Beiliang to the civil officials, and then to the commoners, his various actions are to tell the people of Beiliang that I, Su Fengnian, will enjoy the blessings with you and bear the hardships with you. Hearing this, the emperor said softly for no reason, "How good would it be if this young man was my son? Back then, it would have been fine if he had been my son-in-law." Qi Yanglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to remind the emperor that there was no such thing as "if" in the world. The emperor looked out of the building in silence and was in a daze for a long time. Qi Yanglong was also in a daze. This was the first year of auspicious talisman. After autumn, many people felt uncomfortable. But in reality, even more uncomfortable waves were still to come. When the frost killed all kinds of grass, many people would die, and many people who had already gotten rich would die. The emperor suddenly turned his head, tears streaming down his face. "Teacher, I don't want to die yet. I still want to see this world, from the south to the north, a few more glances. It's good to take a few more glances." Qi Yanglong had nothing to say. He stood on tiptoe and was finally able to pat the shoulder of the tall man who was not wearing the dragon robe today. This scene was comical and sorrowful. Chapter 12:23. The tens of thousands of Ji province's old soldiers led by Yang Xinqing were lured into a great trap, setting a bad example for the Liang dynasty that was previously invincible on their way south. Before Chao Zhangqing even made an appearance, they already lost close to 100,000 elites at Guangling Path's borders. This made those spring and autumn period people who had finally managed to integrate into Zhao family's imperial court with great difficulty feel complicated emotions. They were worried about Li Yang's true strength, wondering if they really had the national strength to contend against Northern Mang, and then defeat them in one go. Deep in their hearts, they more or less had an indescribable feeling. Back then, Liang had relied on a large group of generals, including Su Shao, to conquer the world. 20 years later, didn't they still have to suffer defeat in West Chu? As the old saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and west for 30 years. The Central Plains had been stable for 20 years. It was about time. Could it be that the sky was really going to change? After Yan Jinchuan's army was completely wiped out, the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang, was still suffering. Although he had not been reprimanded by the emperor, he still had very little military power. It was difficult for him to leave his tent. He was not even as good as another veteran general who had meritorious service in the spring and autumn period. Among them, the dragon general Su Gong, who had been the pillar of the Gumu Su family, was regrettably defeated and continued to be frozen by the court and the Ministry of War. Probably to compensate this valiant general, there was a rumor in Tai and city that Su Gong was expected to be appointed as assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the two Liao provinces. Following the second large mobilization of troops from Liang's capital, West Chu was not willing to fall behind. Riding on the east wind of two consecutive great victories, a young man named Ko Jianghuai, who had risen to fame in the western frontier, followed closely behind, and fought a series of dazzling and beautiful battles. In the eastern front, in a confrontation with the Prince of Guangling, Xiao Yi, who had a unique understanding of military strategy, he actually had a firm grasp of victory. Within 20 days, he had conquered Huangyan Pass, Daijais, and 6 other places, including Huangyan Pass and Daijais. In particular, this man's 3,000 personal guards, called the Flying Ape Army, were able to cross rivers and streams with their armor, as swift as apes. They shone brightly in the Battle of Sheeping Mountain on the eastern front. Moreover, Ko Jianghuai's military strategy was treacherous. Not only was he good at long-distance raids, every time he captured a city, he did not defend it. He had intercepted and killed Zhao Yi's reinforcements 4 times. Except for one time where he failed, all 3 times he wiped out the reinforcements. Until now, he had already beheaded more than 10,000 people, and his military service was illustrious. As a result, on the eastern front, a large area of transition zone that originally belonged to Zhao Yi to delay West Chu's eastern advance had been cut into pieces. It had fallen to the point where no one dared to defend it, and no one dared to save it, allowing Ko Jianghuai's troops to come and go like the wind, slowly nibbling away. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi's right-hand man, Lu Xingxiang, had already been promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of War and could be considered a member of the imperial court. Moreover, he was the main general of the southern expedition, so he definitely could not contribute to the spring snow building. The infantry general, Zhang Erbao, stayed in the southern border. Zhao Yi did not feel that a fledgling Ko Jianghuai was really worthy of Zhang Erbao's crusade. Xiao Chongqing was more suitable. In the end, Zhao Yi used the 500 Li Express to order his trusted subordinate, General Hengjiang, Songli, to immediately return to the spring snow building from the northern gate of Guangling. The famous general of Guangling, who took advantage of the rich merchants and profited without restraint, seemed to be in no hurry. It was said that General Hengjiang, who had a hobby of collecting beauties, had also taken in 2 beautiful women who had met with misfortune on his way south. That was not all. In order to urge this person to quickly head south to defend against the enemy, the Guangling prince even sent his eldest son, Xiao Yuang, out of the city to receive him grandly. It was obvious how much he relied on this general of fortune. If this was only the internal problem of Liang, then the external threat was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Beimang's million-strong army had begun to head south. Not only were they eyeing Beiliang covetously, but they were also eyeing the fertile land south of Beiliang, the Central Plains. In the first year of Xiangfu, this eventful period, it seemed like there really couldn't be any more trouble. Great Peace City was bustling with noise and excitement. A white-clothed monk who had previously traveled 10,000 li to the west alone left, and then came Qi Yanglong, whose knowledge was as high as the heavens. During this period of time, there was another nameless small figure who occasionally popped his head out, but he quickly returned to silence. Meanwhile, the reason why he was remembered and chatted with for a bit was all thanks to Grand Secretary Zhang's comment: the Bureau of Weapons is not enough to accommodate talent. Regardless of how high or low the Grand Secretary's comment was, this youngster who caught a glimpse of the imperial court was called Sun Yin, a Bailiang person who Great Peace City loathed the most. Now, he held a post in Minxia province, and could barely be considered a low-ranking person. However, the reclusive Sun Yin was quickly forgotten by the capital, to the extent where he couldn't even compare to the little Daoist master Wu Shizhen who came down from Green City's mountains to the capital. After Tantanon kicked up a ruckus in the Ministry of War's Lu Baijie, not only was Huan Wen not blamed by the imperial court, there were instead rumors that Tantanon might very well become the first great figure who completely grasped control of the entire Minxia province in Liang dynasty. His official rank would also begin to truly be on equal footing with Zhang Julu, rising up into the top few first rank in the dynasty. Not only that, there were also people who said that Tantanon's exceptional promotion this time was the emperor's move to kill two birds with one stone. Not only was it to pave the way for Qi Yanglong to become the head of the Hall of Secretaries, but if the rumors were true, then the two departments of the Hall of Secretaries, which were only nominally divided between the two departments of the Hall of Secretaries, would completely break away from the control of the Grand Secretary. At that time, the situation where the blue-eyed girl could cover the sky with one hand in the spring of eternal Hui would obviously be gone forever. As for whether this was true or not, there were probably only a few people in the entire Liang dynasty who dared to pat their chests to confirm it. In fact, one of the two main parties involved, Huan Wen, also didn't know what the situation was like. However, Tantanon, who was about to be trampled on in front of his house, didn't seem to care at all. On the other hand, the noblemen of the Minxia province couldn't sit still and used various methods to bring wine to the temporary left servant Xi's mansion to ask for the inside story. Tantanon didn't pretend to be profound and only told them that this was a wonderful thing, and that if he got it, he would be lucky. Tantanon also bluntly said that if he, Huan Wen, could be promoted, his original position would definitely not flow into the field of others. Even if he had to go to His Majesty and make a scene, he would shamelessly promote him from his own Minxia province. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Minxia province was delighted. Chapter 1224. While Minxia province's undercurrents were surging, Sun Yin, who held the post of minor 8th rank clerk, still left on time every day. When Grand Secretary Zhang's comments were widely circulated, there were rumors that Sun Yin would advance to minor 6th rank Fu Baolang. After all, this post could still be considered one of the Son of Heaven's close ministers. Even though it couldn't compare to last year's newly established study office clerk, who was always by the monarch's side, it was still enough to make the younger generation of influential families rather envious. However, this matter was quickly left unsettled. Minxia province's officials didn't like this reclusive outsider to begin with, happy to see him fail. Sun Yin's position as clerk was something Tantanon temporarily added with a wave of his hand. The old 6 clerks all tacitly joined hands to exclude Sun Yin. In reality, Sun Yin spent every day in Minxia province's yamen doing nothing, to the extent where he didn't even flip through books or practice writing. He just sat in the darkest corner of the clerk's room, other than staring blankly, there was nothing else to do. At first, even the clerk's head felt restraining fear towards this young scholar, but in the end, he was someone Tantanon personally appointed, so for better or for worse, he still had to leave him a bit of face. How he secretly tripped him up was one thing, but on the surface, he could still act amiably. However, as time went on, he discovered that after left servant Xi threw this fella into Minxia province, he didn't pay him any attention at all, not once summoning Sun Yin alone. The only time he stepped foot in was when he discussed past and present with an old and experienced clerk. From start to finish, he didn't even give Sun Yin a single look. As a result, even the last bit of good expression in this yamen was gone. Sun Yin imperceptibly became Minxia province's most leisurely mediocre person, nothing to do, nothing to say, to the extent where he was pitiful to the point where he couldn't make a mistake. Under the autumn rain's dusk, Sun Yin silently walked out of the room, raising his head towards the overcast sky. During this period of time, colleagues occasionally entered and left at his side, but they all turned a blind eye to each other. Then, Sun Yin saw a familiar figure wave towards him. After following, the two walked side by side. When the figures in the distance saw this scene, they were all stupefied. Under the curtain of rain, Tantanon was actually holding an umbrella for a youngster. Yet, that young student who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth could actually be so calm. Sun Yin opened his mouth and said, "I heard that the Grand Secretary is holding a family banquet today. Is left servant she going to freeload? Aren't you afraid of being rejected?" Huanwen said calmly, "It's Green Eye's business whether or not to see him. It's my business whether or not to go." Sun Yin's brows furrowed tightly. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Back then, the study in the palace was set up to deal with the Zhang and Gu huts. If there is another head of the secretariat, we will have a falling out." Huanwen smiled and said, "You actually want to say, when the map is unrolled, the dagger will be revealed, right?" Sun Yin nodded. Huanwen didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, "What have you been thinking about recently?" Sun Yin was truly a newborn calf that didn't fear the tiger. He straightforwardly replied, "I want to be Sun Ping first, and then Zhang Julu. Xiangfan City has Lu Su as the king of Jing, and Zhao Sun rode on behalf of Zhao Sun, and his name shook the capital. In my opinion, it's still a prescription for treating headaches and foot pains." Huanwen smiled and said, "Oh." Sun Yin said calmly, "I have an essay that I've thought of halfway. For the time being, I already have the 8 characters of ascending the throne, ruling the government, managing the household, and patrolling the borders." Huanwen was experienced and ruthless. He had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom for most of his life. Naturally, he could see the farthest reaches. He laughed softly and said, "It seems like you've written something for His Highness the Crown Prince. You want to teach His Highness how to take over the throne, how to sit on the dragon throne and face 2 groups of old officials, how to act as a filial son and a strict father, and how to stabilize the territory." Sun Yin, "Oh Sun Yin, it's not that I want to take advantage of my seniority, but you're just a poor child who has never been a local official or even touched 100 taels of gold. Aren't you biting off more than you can chew to teach others how to govern the world? That scholar Sun Ping is Qi Yanglong's favorite student, and he's fully learned the art of unhindered travel. And Bai Yan has also been under my teacher's tutelage for many years. You?" Sun Yin asked in return, "Wild carps in rivers and rivers can't jump over the dragon gate." Huanwen laughed loudly. "It's not impossible to wear white in the morning and look green in the evening." After Huanwen, who was still holding the umbrella, laughed, he sighed emotionally. The good times for scholars have come. Perhaps an article with tens of thousands of words can buy an imperial tutor. At this point, Huanwen turned to look at the young man from Beiliang and asked curiously, "If you're lucky enough to get rid of Sun Ping and Bai Yan, who's next?" Sun Yin pointed at himself. Huanwen curled his lips and forced out 2 words with difficulty. "You deserve to be killed." Huanwen put away the umbrella. The 2 of them sat in a carriage that had already been prepared and slowly drove toward the street filled with nobles. Tantanon lifted the curtain and looked at the familiar buildings. He muttered to himself, logically speaking, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. But when the time comes, it'll definitely surprise everyone. Let's see if the everlasting Hui Spring Bamboo that Yin Mao Chen and Wang Xiongui personally promoted by the 2 of us will immediately change. As they approached the Grand Secretary's residence, Huanwen said softly, the scholarly sage once said that those who look at the sea find it difficult to see the water, and those who swim in the door of the sage find it difficult to speak. But in the future, there will be more and more people like you outside the door of the sage in the imperial court. I'm afraid that once you have the power of the imperial court in your hands, you'll be responsible for all the people of the world. Sun Yin was silent. When they arrived outside Zhang Julu's residence, Tantanon opened the umbrella and got off the carriage. As Sun Yin expected, the embarrassed Zhang clan gatekeeper told Tantanon that today was the Zhang clan's private banquet and that outsiders were not allowed to enter. It was clear that Tantanon had now become an outsider. Huanwen didn't make things difficult for the gatekeeper, who couldn't be more familiar with him. He nodded lightly and turned to walk down the steps. Sun Yin didn't immediately follow. He looked at the old man's back and then at the dark sky. For some reason, there was no setting sun or afterglow above his head, but Sun Yin still felt that a certain someone had single-handedly propped up an empire and walked into the twilight. With Zhang Julu's death, the empire's last ray of afterglow would also dissipate. Huanwen had probably finally realized that the young man wasn't keeping up with his footsteps. He stopped 100 steps away from the carriage and turned his head to look. He saw that young man with steady steps. He could see from his body a kind of vitality that he himself had once possessed in the past. Turning the tide, who else could it be but me? He still remembered that a long time ago, within his benefactor's sect, from top to bottom, it was publicly acknowledged that only two blue-eyed people could be one Huanwen. But Huanwen had never thought this way. Even though his benefactor and Emperor Xian had decided that he, Huanwen, would be the head of the Minister of Affairs. He had also been willing to serve as a foil for his best friend, Zhang Julu, for several decades. Huanwen suddenly laughed and handed the umbrella in his hand to Sun Yin. In the future, it's up to you to hold it up. Chapter 1225. There were many barbarian creek between Shuzhou. The late Emperor of Liyang had once patrolled this area. There was actually someone who dared to assassinate him. What was even more inconceivable was that no matter how hard the spy agency, Xiaogou, searched, they still could not find the assassin. The previous head of the ceremony directorate, Han Xingxian, had also once stayed here alone for several months, but still returned without any results. Now, because of the Imperial Wood case, the territory of the old Nanzhao was in turmoil. Rebels swarmed in, and the chaos caused a sudden increase in refugees. The refugees all joined in, and the situation became more and more intense. What was worse was that the barbarians, who had been peaceful for many years, were also ready to make trouble. Even the brother of the late emperor, Prince Rui Zhaozi, who had been in charge of Nanzhao for many years, was implicated. The prince's mansion was burned beyond recognition by the volunteer army. It was not until a troop of no more than 60 people quietly infiltrated the miasma that the chaos of gunpowder settled down. As the troop of soldiers continued to advance south, the truth came to light. This was another troop of soldiers with a different surname after Su Shao, under the command of Qin Jibao. The Nanzhao government did not dare to give orders to this troop. They could only secretly report to their superiors. The post was sent to the capital, and after the report reached Great Peace City, it was completely lost. The Southwest Army, who had waited bitterly to no avail, simply turned a blind eye. Fortunately, the 60 or so people did not disturb the people, nor did they have any dealings with the government. Along the way south, with less than 100 people, they exterminated 16 barbarian Creek tribes of various sizes that took advantage of the chaos. Their power was not to be underestimated. In the end, only the Xiaoxi remained, and the Zhou family of Longxi met a tragic end. More than 600 people, including the old, the young, the women, and the children, were all killed. Everyone's corpses were hung on stilts. Especially when it was said that the troops under the jurisdiction of Nanzhao were the direct subordinates of the king of Shu, Qin Jibao, had come to quell the rebellion. Very soon, no one dared to provoke the bad luck. The people of Shu and Zhao hated the poison warrior Li Yishan and the fat pig Lu Qiuer to the bone. Although at that time, the villain Chen Jibao was only watching coldly from the sidelines, but in the eyes of the people of Shu Zhao who were afraid of being killed, let alone Chen Jibao, who was once the minister of war, as long as they came from the old three provinces of Bailiang, they would not dare to provoke them. In these 10 years, even those barbarians of Shu Zhao who did not accept persuasion, even if they caught Bailiang merchants who came to the south to do business, as long as they had an identity card, left their belongings, and did not harm their lives, they were all respectfully sent out of the country. From this, it could be seen how deep the wound that the Su family had cut in the land of Shu Zhao with a cold knife was. In the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains, there were countless Miao villages scattered like stars in the sky. Those Miao people who were involved with the outside world were called mature Miao by the officials, and those who had never appeared in the world were called raw Miao. Both names were full of a condescending derogatory meaning. In the hinterland of the old Nanzhao, a group of people were resting midway. Under their feet was a dirt path that was not commonly seen in the rolling mountains. There were 3 piles of white stones on the side of the path, indicating that there would be a Miao village not far away. This group of people were all wearing armor and carrying crossbows and sabers. The clothes under the armor were tattered, and they all wore sturdy straw sandals woven by themselves. They were all strong. Although they had traveled a long distance, they did not look dispirited at all. Their eyes were especially sharp, like eagles patrolling the mountains. Next to the pile of stones stood a handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s. His aura was calm, and the armor he wore was no different from the soldiers nearby. His saber was the same, and it was impossible to tell his specific identity. However, there was a tall and sturdy man standing next to him. His entire body was covered in a murderous aura, and his appearance was more in line with the identity of a general than the former. Other than the 6 people who took turns acting as temporary scouts to investigate the terrain, there were more than 50 infantrymen near the 2 of them. Even though they seemed to be resting casually, upon closer inspection, there were many rules. 5 people formed a group, and 5 people formed a standard. Regardless of whether they were sitting, squatting, or standing, there was a clear boundary and distance between each group. Logically speaking, these 60 or so people were at most 3 standard commanders and a dozen or so corporals. However, even the commoner who had not seen the world could feel that none of the people here were people who would submit to the position of standard commander. In reality, when they first entered Nanzhao from western Shu, there were a total of 70 people. The lowest official position was a commandant with real power in Shu. There were as many as 20 lieutenants, and as many as 4 generals. These people had different backgrounds and circumstances, but they all had one obvious thing in common. That was, they were all young. The oldest was no older than 40 years old. In this way, the Western Shu Dao, which had become a vassal after that villain slaughtered his way out of the capital, could be said to have sent out all the young military officials. Among them, the person with the highest official position was the general of Bazhou, Dian Xiongzhu, who had been the confidant of the new king of Shu for many years. Before he entered Shu, he was a 3rd-ranked general in Bailiang. He held the military power of 6,000 iron-footed cavalry. Together with Wei Fuqing, he was the confidant of the then protector general of Bailiang, Chen Jibao. The other 3 generals were the Ani general Fu Tao, who was stationed at Wenshan, the Zhaolai general Wang Zhuowu, and the Shu prefecture deputy general Huyan Wanbao. The 3 generals were all around 35 years old. Their titles were not flashy but useless. Fu Tao was the prince consort of the fallen Western Shu. Wang Zhuowu was a descendant of the old southern Tang who had moved into Shu. Huyan Wanbao was a native of the barbarian tribe. His brother, Huyan Baobao, was the only fierce general that the Western Shu Dao could bring out to compete with Lu Xingxiang. With such a group of fiends and gods of death gathered together, it was no wonder that they were able to move through the territory of the old Nanzhao like there was no one there. After more than 40 battles, large and small, only 8 people had died, and 2 of them had died of illness. However, other than that time when they encountered the 3,000 rebels who had fled to the border, Dian Xiongnu and the other 3 generals had personally gone out to kill the enemy. Other than that, they had only looked on with folded arms. Even if the news of the military merits and casualties of this group of soldiers and horses were spread out, it was believed that no one would believe it. Dian Xiongnu, whose hair was disheveled like a lion, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "According to the spy report that Zhao Go gave us, that Western Shu bastard surnamed Su has been hiding in the stronghold up ahead these days. When I catch him, I must peel off his skin and pull out his tendons to prevent him from daydreaming about reviving his country." Chapter 12:26. When Dian Xiongju was talking to himself loudly, no one interrupted him, which made the former Beiliang's 4 fangs even louder. During this journey, Wei Fuqing, Master Wei, had to stay behind in Shishu Dao to preside over the overall situation. Che Yi, that little northern barbarian, also had to stay behind in the territory to enjoy a comfortable life. Only he, the old minister, had the most difficult life. Clearly, there were people he could kill, but he still had to obediently hold back and not make a move. What was the difference between this and having a little girl take off her clothes and flirt on the bed but not being able to eat? During the march, he had to not touch a drop of wine. It was even more impossible to find a tender and beautiful woman to relieve his lust. Dian Xiongju was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. However, even if he was the second-grade general with the most powerful military power in Shishu, even if he was the minister supporting the dragon, who followed the new king of Shu into Shishu, he still did not dare to violate the military order. At this moment, 2 scouts who were not patrolling in the direction of the Miao stockade returned with a boy and a girl. Dian Xiongju's eyes widened. Damn it, where did this pair of children come from? They are too reckless. How could ordinary people wander freely in the land of the barbarian seedlings? However, although Dian Xiongju had always been teased by Wei Fuqing that his head was kicked by a horse when he was young, he was not really stupid. After a few more glances, he could see that the 2 children were not ordinary. The boy was bald and wore a kasaya. Obviously, he should be a monk from the Central Plains. As for the style of the kasaya, Dian Xiongju could not figure it out. Anyway, although it looked shabby, it had the temperament of an eminent monk from a big temple. As for the girl, she was delicate and pretty. Her skin was a little tan due to the wind and the sun, but her eyes were cool and clear. Although Dian Xiongju was addicted to martial arts and killing, he was not a notorious general. In those years in Beiliang, there had never been any cases of bullying men and women. As for how vicious he was to the Beimang barbarians, it did not affect Dian Xiongju's excellent reputation in the border army. In fact, it was impossible for Chen Jibao's subordinates to have such a lawless devil like Lu Qiu. Having said that, even though Dian Xiongzong didn't harm the common people, it didn't mean that he was an easy person to get along with, especially when he met such a pair of strange people in such a remote place. He took a big step forward and was about to ask in a deep voice when the silent handsome man beside him also took a step forward. Dian Xiongzong immediately shut his mouth. The man looked at the boy and girl who he had never met before but knew very well. He was expressionless. The little monk's common name was Wu Nanbei. He was the youngest monk in the 2 Zen temples but had the highest seniority. His master was the white-robed monk who was rumored to be immortal by eating his flesh. His master's master was the world-famous dragon tree monk, the abbot of the 2 Zen temples. As for the little girl, she was called Li East and West. She was the daughter of Li Xiaoxin. There were many daughters of emperors in the world, but it was impossible to find 2 daughters of monks who lived in temples. The little monk Nanbei stood in front of the girls and put his palms together to salute. The man nodded and said calmly, "You 2 can continue forward, but remember to go around the Miao stockade village in front." The little monk hesitated for a moment and could not help but say, "Since you have the bone of Buddha, I hope you won't kill too many people." The man just smiled and did not say anything. When he raised his arm, the foot soldiers and small squad leaders, who were ready to draw their swords to kill at any time, let go of the hilts and took the initiative to make a path. Wu Nanbei and Li East and West passed through the formation. The latter turned to look at the man out of curiosity. The little monk quickly pulled her sleeve and quickened his pace. After walking for half a mile, Li East and West blinked and asked, "Who is that guy? Is he the leader of the Nanzhao army? Although his armor is ordinary, he looks quite formidable. His subordinates are much stronger than the previous batches of Nanzhao Dao soldiers we encountered before." The little monk shook his head and said, "I don't know, but that man is really powerful." She suddenly smiled brightly and her eyes narrowed into crescents. "How powerful? Is he more powerful than my father? Is he more powerful than Su Fingyan?" The little monk thought for a moment and still shook his head. "I don't know." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Stupid Nanbei, if you were in Jianghu, you would definitely be laughed at and called ignorant monk." The little monk laughed mischievously. "Stupid Nanbei, we have an agreement. I will only accompany you to Beiliang to see Su Fingyan. We will leave after seeing him." "Yes. Actually, it doesn't matter if you take a few more glances. Sigh, my mother used to point at a woman who went up the mountain to burn incense just to peek at my father. She said that woman had high cheekbones and could kill her husband without using a knife." "Stupid Nanbei, do you think my cheekbones are high? I have never seriously looked at other women. Do you have high cheekbones? You shouldn't have high cheekbones, right? Tisk tsk, that's right. Last time on the streets of Wuping County, your eyes were about to fall into that woman's chest. How could you care about her face? Amitba. Thing, you've said this more than 80 times. Actually, I just happened to glance at that benefactress, but I really forgot about her after just one glance. It's absolutely true. A monk doesn't lie. The most annoying thing is that you baldies keep repeating Amitba all day long. Stupid Nanbei, let me ask you, before I heard the disciple of the abbot's disciple from our neighbor, the little baldy's disciple of the big baldy's disciple of the old baldy's master, he said that reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in an instant is better than reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in 100 tribulations, and reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in one great tribulation is not as good as reciting Amitba. Hey, I have not become a Buddha yet. I don't know. Then tell me, if someone asks you about this Dharma, what do you think? If that's the case, I will only say what is in my heart. I will say that Amitba is already full of fruit and transcends all positions. However, Bodhisattva does not belong to the land of Buddha and is not full of fruit. However, this does not mean that there will be a great difference in merit if you recite the two separately. Master said that Buddhism is not the same as officialdom. It does not pay attention to the size of one's backing. It is about being free. Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha. Doesn't that mean you did not say anything? Ha! The two Zen temples had two Zen. The little monks of the north and south only had one Zen. Buddhism emphasized 3 conversions. Conversion to Buddha, conversion to Dharma, and conversion to monks. However, Wu Nanbei felt that he had one more conversion. North and South converted to East and West. Wherever she was, that was his land of Buddhism. Then he felt a little guilty. It had been a long time since he bought rouge. The little monk touched his bald head and frowned. He sighed softly. He probably could not become a Buddha in the eyes of the world. Chapter 12:27. Dian Xiongzong looked at the beautiful scenery of the Miao Stockade village. The terraced field spread up the mountain, the green water at the foot of the mountain like a ribbon, and the stilted buildings were clustered together. It was hard to imagine that this was the scenery that the Central Plain scholars talked about. However, Dian Xiongzong was a rough man. Moreover, he did not come all the way south to enjoy the scenery. He had seen dozens of such isolated stockades, and many of them had been turned into ruins by the knives of his subordinates. Dian Xiongzong looked back at the silent army behind him and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth that spoiled the scenery. He withdrew his gaze and carefully looked at the general standing beside him. In today's world, there were countless meritorious generals, and there were even more in the Bailiang army. However, in Dian Xiongzong's mind, there were only two people who deserved the title of general. The great general Su Xiao had passed away, and the only one alive was the one beside him. As for Gu Jianteng, Lu Xingxiang, and the others, they were just passable. The old men like Yan Zhenchuan and Yang Shenxing were even worse. Dian Xiongzong withdrew his thoughts and did not give orders. Since leaving Shu, more than 60 people had developed enough tacit understanding and should have known what they were doing. Moreover, not to mention King Fu Tao, Wu Huyan, and Bai Hen, who were real high-ranking generals, none of them were really ordinary soldiers. Any one of them was a person who could not be underestimated in the officialdom of Shishu. Before leaving Shu, there were also some fearless troublemakers who were unruly and difficult to tame. Weren't they also convinced that they were more obedient than his wife? Along the way, from the initial mutual suspicion and contempt, to the end, everyone took the lead, everyone was wounded, and everyone regarded each other as fellow soldiers who could exchange their lives. It seemed unimaginable, but Dian Xiongzong was not surprised at all because this was the invincibility of the person he followed. That person's military strategy had always been very simple. It was nothing more than two kinds of generals and soldiers. He had not been in Shu for long, so he did not go around buying people's hearts and building relationships. He just pulled this group of young and strong generals, who he privately said were not yet terminally ill, to the chaotic territory of the old Nanzhao to harvest people's heads and teach them how to kill people with their own hands. Finally, when they were free, they could figure out how to lead troops to kill people in the future. Dian Xiongzong had followed him for many years. Logically speaking, he understood all the principles. Even if it was a military book that he had personally written, he could still brace himself and recite a few thousand words. However, he was exactly the same as all the direct subordinates under his command. He knew what to do, but he could not do it well. Dian Xiongzong sometimes drank and chatted with Wei Fuzi, who liked to babble on and on about profound and unfathomable words. Over time, Dian Xiongzong was too lazy to think about it. In any case, he only believed in one point. Following the general to break through enemy lines and kill the enemy, his side would only win the battle without any suspense. The difference was only the size of the battle results. Probably sensing that Dian Xiongzong had been staring at him for a long time, that person turned his head and cast a questioning gaze. Dian Xiongzong, who was now the commander-in-chief of the Western Shu army and also the general of Bazhou, chuckled and asked, "General, that boy's surname Su is, in any case, the dragon son of the previous emperor of Western Shu. He must have masters protecting him at his side. How about letting me make a move to satisfy my cravings?" That person smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Dian Xiongzong immediately blushed. He knew that this idea was definitely dashed. Moreover, he did not have the courage to continue pleading. The general had always been like this. The rules he set could not be broken even by the heavenly emperor. During this training, other than the soldiers, and the people like them who had temporarily become pawns, the general himself had never made a move, regardless of whether the battle was good or bad. But then again, if the general was willing to make a move, what could those people do? Thinking of this, Dian Xiongzong's heart was somewhat resentful. Let's not talk about how much of the #1 in the world title that you snatched from Wang Xianji's hands. Do you really think you can withstand the iron hooves of the Beimang coming south? Dian Xiongzong seemed to have forgotten that if someone had told him that His Royal Highness could become a martial arts expert, he would rather believe that he was a woman who could give birth to children. When His Royal Highness went to Mount Wudang to cultivate, whether it was him, the teacher Wei Fuqing, or a group of Beiliang generals, they had all ridiculed him. In all likelihood, this kid had taken a fancy to a beautiful Taoist nun on Mount Wudong. Practicing the blade was not too clever of a cover. Ani General Fu Tao, Shaolai General Wang Chaowu, and Shuzhou Deputy General Huyan Wanwan were respectively nicknamed Prince Consort, Foolish Young Master, and Tiger Eater. The three of them had completely different natures, but without exception, they were wholeheartedly convinced by that taciturn man. Wang Chaowu came from a noble family. In his free time, he could speak freely with that person, talking about books, gold, stone, and exegesis. It was not strange that the martial arts fanatic Huyan Wanwan could talk about martial arts with that person. However, Fu Tao was famous for his unsociable temperament, yet he could chat happily with that person. In any case, Dian Xiongnu was not surprised. The general seemed to have never lost a battle in his life. On the battlefield, the Liang court and common people all knew of his military exploits. In the field of love, wasn't it the same? He had just arrived at the Western Shu Road, and he had already been praised by the Rouge for his beauty, xie, and love at first sight. As for the officialdom, even His Majesty the Emperor held the general in high esteem. As soon as he entered the capital, he made the general the Minister of War. Currently, he was the Shuang Lu of the Ministry of War. Lu Baijia and Lu Xingxiang were only assistant ministers. How could they compare to their own general? In the Miao stockade village near the mountains and rivers, when they saw the brazen intrusion of this army, almost all of the Miao people knew that they were in a dead end. These Miao people, who were supposed to be isolated from the world, had unexpectedly taken out swords and armors from nowhere. Most of these armed people were old. When they were young, it happened that the spring and autumn war happened to put the people of the Central Plains into a terrible situation. Many young children and young women were confused. They did not know why their fathers and husbands suddenly had those shiny weapons. Some white-haired old Miao people even put on rusty armors. If it was not for this unforeseen event, the former would probably never know that this secret was hidden in the stockade. After all, the stockade village was not the kind of military town that was used to seeing the smoke of war and hearing the sound of horse hooves. When faced with the emergence of this group of Western Shu elites, they were completely defenseless. Before they appeared at the foot of the stockade village, some of the Miao people who had just returned from work were shot dead on the spot. The arrows either pierced through their chests or through their skulls. Almost all of them died in a face-to-face confrontation. At most, they could only turn their backs and did not even have the time to take a step back. The most terrifying thing was that these armored soldiers did not speak before and after they killed the Miao people. After they killed the Miao people, the person who fired the crossbow only silently pulled out the arrow from the corpse and put it back into the quiver. In the middle of this, there was a young couple of Miao people who were whispering sweet nothings to each other by the river. The young man was an agile expert in this stockade village. He had once fought with a ferocious tiger with his bare hands. However, when one of the tall armored soldiers raised his crossbow, even though he had a sharp sense of smell and was about to pounce on the Miao woman to avoid the arrow seemed to have been expected. It killed two birds with one stone. It directly pierced through the foreheads of the man and woman, causing them to die together with their love. This group of devils who killed without batting an eyelid began to climb the mountain and enter the stockade village unhurriedly. Chapter 12:28. What made the Miao people feel even more chilled was the way these armored soldiers killed. It was a coldness that they had never imagined before. These armored soldiers were like an old farmer who was skilled in farming and harvesting rice. They knew how to use the most effortless method to harvest the rice, not a bit more and not a bit less. In the face of the first batch of Miao people who seemed to have the advantage in terms of numbers, they first used light crossbows to kill. If they were to get close to them, they would draw their swords and kill them cleanly with one stab. There was absolutely nothing fancy about it. If someone was lucky enough to escape the first stab and both parties brushed past each other, the armored soldiers holding swords would not break the advancing formation and fight with them. Instead, they would boldly and confidently let the armored soldiers beside them or behind them deliver the second stab. When more than 40 Miao people were dead, no one could escape the second stab. This scene was not too bloody and could even be said to be very clean. However, it made the second batch of more than 60 Miao people feel as if their guts were about to burst. They stopped at the edge of the lushing field in the stronghold. Behind them were more than 30 Miao people who were relatively weak. After these two batches of Miao men went out to fight the enemy, there were only the elderly, women and children who were destined to wait for death. The armored soldiers holding crossbows and swords slowly entered the lushing field that was paved with cobblestones. The two batches of Miao people were already crowded together. One of them was a white-haired old Miao man who was holding an iron spear. He took a few steps forward. The old man might have traveled the Central Plains when he was young and knew a little of the official language. However, when the old man opened his mouth to speak, a crossbow arrow was directly nailed into his mouth. His entire body was hit by the huge penetrating force and fell backward. After the old man with the crossbow arrow in his mouth fell to the ground, the tip of the well-made crossbow hit the ground. It was like a rice seedling in a paddy field being pulled up by someone. The Miao people were pale. It was not only Dian Xiongzong and the three generals who were indifferent to this. In fact, all of the Shishu military officers, including the armored soldier who shot the crossbow, felt that this kind of killing without hesitation was right and proper. If it was said that each of them had their own conceited arrogance and leadership style before that person was conferred the title of king, but under that person's tepid training, they all understood one thing. Following him in battle, whether it was a battle with a high chance of winning or a low chance of winning, in the end, it was all about killing people. Killing people was not written by literati. There was no need to talk about beautiful words or colorful brocade. It had to be concise and practical. Conciseness was under the premise of ensuring practicality and effectiveness. In order to save the physical strength of each soldier, the entire military force would be raised to the extreme bit by bit. In this way, the situation would be as stable as a rock. In a battle where they might lose, they could slowly recover from the disadvantage. In a battle where they were sure to win, they would be in an invincible position from the beginning. In this trip to the south, that person could not be said to have spoken, let alone have any actions of teaching. There were only a few words at the beginning of the Shu War, but it was more and more memorable. I will let you all understand what a general and a military officer should do and should not do. In the future, you all will let your subordinates know what to do and what not to do in a battle. In less than 5 years, give me 200,000 soldiers in Shishu, and I will give all of you a name that will go down in history. Now, the proud and arrogant prince consort Fu Tao believed, the scholarly general Wang Chao believed, the valiant general Huyen Shuai believed, and all of the military officers who accompanied him believed. Because at this time, the person who was looking up at a stilted building high up in the sky was that person. In the place where he was looking, behind the railing of the stilted building in the Miao village, which was nicknamed Beauty's Leaning, there was clearly no one there. But behind the door and window, there was a young man wearing clothes different from the Miao people's through a gap in the window, staring at the man who, coincidentally, looked up. The young man was not that old. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, his lips trembled, and he muttered to himself, "Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of me, my expression will not change." For him, it was too much to hope for. After he passed through Beimang and Shishu all the way from Beiliang and Shishu to Nanzhao, he often had the feeling that it was a lifetime ago. Occasionally, when he opened his eyes in the morning and was half awake, he would still feel that he was lying on the hard little bed in his home in Beimang. Even though he had confirmed that he was the crown prince of Shishu who was in a foreign land, the son of the emperor who was shakily kneeled and choked with sobs when they met, it was difficult for him to treat the so-called Shu kingdom as his own country and as his home. This unremarkable young man's real name was Su Ying. His father was the Emperor of Shu. His uncle was the famous Shishu Sword Emperor who guarded the gates of the country to his death. However, in the end, he only felt that calling himself Su Su was a bit easier to say, and also a bit more relaxed and comfortable. He was just a small figure who spent his days wandering around that small city in northern Mang, daydreaming that even he himself felt was comical. So after he came to Nanzhao with her, other than reluctantly socializing with those old nobles who were unreachable a decade ago, he liked to take her outside to relax and breathe. She, who was blind, never refused. She carried the Guqin and walked the Jianghu with him, the Jianghu in his heart. He said that he wanted to be a hero the most in his life. She said yes. Then she personally helped him buy a peerless sword that a hero should have. She helped him dress up like a son of an aristocratic family. She taught him how to speak when he was doing justice and how to pretend to be an expert. She would be the demoness who killed people like scything flax, and he would be the hero who defeated the demon. The two of them carefully acted out 4 or 5 plays in Nanzhao. She killed a total of more than 200 people who should have died, and he made a grand appearance under the gazes of many. He either appeared floating on stage while reciting an ancient poem or stood under a tall building and under the moon. The final result, without exception, was the blind demoness who carried the Guqin and made the Yamen and the legendary demons of Jianghu feel their scalps tingle. Under the fierce attacks of the hero that made bystanders feel all kinds of indescribable mysteries, she fled pathetically and lingered at death's door. Afterwards, he would always meet her secretly and hide with her. He would tell her, who could not see anything in the world, which famous Jianghu master among the bystanders had been struck dumb, and which young heroines had been struck dumb by the sight of it. She always had a tranquil smile and did not speak. Su Su looked at the man who seemed to have sensed where she was standing and said in a trembling voice, "I know, even if you are about to enter the realm of celestial phenomenon, you can't beat him." The blind Guqin player who had almost taken Su Fengnian's life in the rainy alley grunted, his expression calm. Su Su turned her head and looked at him. She smiled bitterly and said, "They are definitely coming for me. My life is worth it anyway, it's not a loss. No matter how they find me, there is no meaning in talking about this. You can go." Xue Songwan still grunted. Then she moved away, pushed open the door and walked out. At this moment, Su Su felt a little sad. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but when disaster came, they flew separately. But she was still not his wife. If she was, how good would that be? Then even if she left alone, he would be willing. Suddenly, Su Su woke up and madly rushed out of the room. Then he saw her float away and land in the lushing field, standing in front of the armored soldiers. Su Su suddenly cried and laughed. This young man who had been as timid as a mouse in a foreign country for more than 20 years, this young hero who had stupidly sprained his ankle in their play not long ago, was full of heroism for the first time. He leaned against the railing and yelled at the top of his lungs. "Wife, wait for me." But Xue Songwan did not allow his heroism to reach the clouds for too long. She pulled off the cotton cloth wrapped around the Guqin and lightly plucked a string. Su Su, who was leaning behind the beauty, immediately fainted. Then she, who was blind, turned her head and looked back. She only felt some regret. Everyone said that the Chu Sanren had died. She could not see, he could not hear. Chapter 1229. Huyan Swan, who loved to cook the brains of tigers, frowned. The Yuzhou deputy general, whose stature was the shortest among the many Shu armored soldiers, did not look at the blind zither player who had walked right into the trap. Instead, he pointed at the railing of the stilted building. Then, Dian Xiongzhao saw a thin, short, and childlike shadow suddenly dash out, carrying away the Western Shu crown prince who had fainted. It ran along the railing of the railing, and just as it was about to leap out of the stilted building, Huyan Swan's Shu knife nailed into a pillar. The handle of the knife instantly sank into the pillar. The black shadow carrying Su Su twisted its body into a deformed position as it charged forward, barely dodging Huyen Swan's throwing knife. Carrying Su Su, it directly broke through the railing and charged into the sky outside the building. In an instant, a torrent of crossbow bolts unfolded on the lushing field. The blind zither player, Shue Songwan, tilted her head slightly. She plucked a string, as if adjusting the tone. The dozens of powerful crossbow bolts shattered in the air. Then, the female zither player bent her pinky finger, hooking the first string with a powerful and respected sound. The string drew a beautiful arc, but it never fell. At the same time, her left thumb fiercely drew the remaining 6 strings. The prince consort, Fu Tao, and the southern Tang's old young master, Wang Daowu, stepped out at the same time, each chopping out a knife. Countless fine cracks appeared on the knife's edge. Shue Songwan still had her head lowered. Her bent fingers suddenly straightened, and the taut string arc immediately bounced back. The female zither player's right hand retracted and shook her sleeve. She slapped down on all the surface of the string. The entire cobblestone lushing field, with her as the center, began to rapidly crack outwards. Of the Shu-armored soldiers, Huyen Swan was the vanguard, the only one who did not retreat but instead advanced. This short and small general, who no longer had a knife in his hand, lowered his head and bent his waist, directly pulling out Dian Xiongzao's knife. With a sinister smile on his face, he strode 3 zhang away with a single step. When his foot landed, the tip of his foot tapped against the ground, and he moved horizontally. The cobblestone he landed on completely exploded. Afterwards, Huyen Swan tilted his head, a flower of blood immediately blossoming from his ear. Huyen Swan, who had a piece of his ear sliced off by the formless zither sound, was not angry. Instead, he laughed and continued to charge forward. After charging for several steps, his body flipped sideways in the air. Behind him, about 50 zhang away, Dian Xiongzao extended his palm. It was as if he had snapped a zither string. The disorderly broken string still left several marks on his armor. Dian Xiongzao did not pay attention to the bloodstains on his palm. His eyes stared at the young and blind zither player, clicking his tongue in wonder. It was impossible for every general to be a match for tens of thousands of people, nor did it need to be so. Just like Dian Xiongnu, who was recognized as having outstanding martial arts strength, was actually just a level 2 expert. Even if his ability to command an army was not taken into account, in terms of breaking through enemy lines, perhaps all the level 2 experts in Jianghu were not as lethal as Dian Xiongnu. After all, in Jianghu, there were few absurd scenes of people ganging up on each other. However, breaking through enemy lines and killing enemies was different. It required a warrior's ability to listen carefully and observe all directions. However, there were also outliers among the generals in the army. Su Longxiang, who had made a name for himself in the Battle of Beimang, was one of them. Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, and other famous generals from the spring and autumn period were one of them. Huyen Mon and the temporarily unknown young man Che Yi were also one of them. Especially the last 2. Everything was ready except for the east wind. What they lacked was a huge battlefield enough for them to perform on the stage. In the Liang imperial court, in terms of seniority, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to stand out. One could only rely on one's endurance. The woman whose appearance could only be considered delicate and pretty did indeed have the style of a grandmaster who could hold back 10,000 men. Even when facing these arrogant and valiant generals who had the advantage in numbers, from beginning to end, she had a calm and indifferent expression. Even when Huyen Mon's blade was less than 3 zhang away from her, she still did not show the slightest bit of impatience. She did not even raise her head to look at Huyen Mon. She held the zither in one hand and opened her other hand, palm facing upwards, reaching under the zither strings. Her thumb and middle finger clasped the inner and outer strings, as if she was holding water with one hand. Her voice was light and her face carried a slight smile as she said, a spoonful of water contains the taste of the sea, a flower blooms into heaven and earth. The tip of Huyenmon's blade was only 3 inches away from the zither. When the blind zither player gently released 2 fingers, as if he did not dare to be greedy and continue fighting, his body suddenly stopped. However, it was still too late. Huyenmon's refined armor instantly turned into fine powder. This valiant general was bathed in blood. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the scene of the stilted building in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his blade with both hands. With an angry shout, he rushed towards the blind woman. Xue Songguan turned around. For the first time, her entire person radiated with the decisive demeanor of someone who was willing to risk their life for another. However, her target was not Huyenmon, who was similarly staking everything on a single throw, but the man who was floating and blocking Su Su's path. From the beginning to the end, this man did not pay any attention to her. In a flash, he stood on the roof of a slightly lower stilted building, coincidentally blocking the black shadow and Su Su's path of retreat. Xue Songguan allowed Huyenmon's blade to strike her shoulder. Her 10 fingers pressed down on the zither strings, and the roof beneath the man's feet collapsed with a loud bang. The sound of the zither was silent, but the man did not move at all. Xue Songguan quietly sighed. She extended a finger and broke a zither string. She gently flicked it towards the man. Huyenmon, who had been ignored to the side, angrily drew his blade and scolded, "Bitch, you dare to look down on your master Huyen." Xue Songguan, who had broken a zither string with her own hands, broke the remaining 5 strings in succession. She used the power of each string to block the 5 sharp blades that Huyenmon sent out from behind her. However, no matter how confident Xue Songguan was in front of Shu generals like Huyen and Fushi, the difference between her and that man's realm was like the difference between her and Dian Xiong, Fu Tao, and the other generals. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Her fingers pressed on the last string of the zither, wanting to break it. The man stood in the air. He grabbed Su Su's shoulder with one hand and strangled the black shadow's neck with the other. This was the first time the latter had appeared in the world. He was an old dwarf who weighed no more than 60 jin. Xue Songguan did not dare to break the strings anymore. The moment she broke the strings, Su Su and the old senior man she would die. Chapter 1230. The next moment, the man returned to the corridor and gently put down Su Su and the old man. He did not seem to want to kill them. Xue Songguan was puzzled. She leaped up and stepped on the roofs of the bamboo buildings with her zither in hand. She stood on the other side of the fence and faced the man. However, Xue Songguan knew very well that this was a futile effort. Even if there were 3 of her, she would not be a match for this man. Even if the blacksmith who had once forged a sword for the Sword Emperor of West Shu was here, it would be meaningless to join forces with the dwarf senior who was pretending to be dead and was known as the master of the 36 barbarian streams. The majestic man glanced at the old man who was curled up on the ground. He smiled and said, "Senior Mengu, don't you think it's a bit outrageous to pretend to be a grandson in front of a junior like me?" The dwarf old man closed his eyes and muttered, "Whoever is better at martial arts is the grandpa. Just treat me as a grandson who is already dead. Don't bother about me." Huyen Swan, who had been infuriated by the blind zither player, stepped on the roof and rushed over. He jumped up high and was about to attack when the man calmly said, "Shu Hu, stop." Huyen Swan stretched out his hand and grabbed the eads, hanging in the air. His entire body was covered in a thick stench of blood and hostility. However, after the man spoke, he obediently retracted his saber and gently landed on the beauty's back. He squatted down and sulked. The man looked at the female zither player and spread his hands. "Wake him up. I have something to say." Xue Songguan hesitated for a moment. She walked forward and gently woke Su Su up. Su Su, who was still in a daze, finally understood the situation. He stood up and stood in front of Shui Songwan to protect her. He said in a trembling voice, "If you want to kill me, do it to me. It has nothing to do with her." The dwarf old man, who was playing dead on the ground, could not help but roll his eyes. It was really embarrassing to be such a brat's follower. If it were not for Zhao Dingxiu, that old bastard, begging him, he would not have been willing to get involved in this mess. Back then, he had almost pulled out the tendons of that man-cat and skinned him. He really did not want to have anything to do with the experts of the Central Plains anymore. What's more, this bullshit crown prince of Shishu was also a disappointment. How was he worthy of serving and risking his life? He was timid and short-sighted. All he knew was to wander around and pretend to be a hero. He didn't do any proper work and just muddled along. Shishu might as well not have such a crown prince who returned to his hometown in glory from Beimang. Then, Su Su asked a question that made Huyen's face twitch. "Who are you?" The man was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "Chen Jibao." Su Su was so scared that he took a step back. His legs were weak. Fortunately, Shui Songwan supported him, so he did not collapse on the ground. He was the villain too from the Great War of Spring and Autumn. He was the white-clothed soldier immortal mentioned by the current emperor. He was Gu Jintang's descendant, Liu Baijia's predecessor, the minister of war of the Liang dynasty. He was now the king of Shu. Chen Jibao turned to look at the foot of the mountain and said indifferently, "The reason why I didn't kill you, Su Su, is because I want to do business with Zhao Dingxiu. This business was originally done with you by Bai Liang, but after I was conferred the title of king of Shishu, I cut off the connection between you two. Bai Liang is now at most sending you some money secretly. Don't even think about passing through the Shu border. Since Bai Liang broke the promise first, you can't be blamed for breaking the promise later. Moreover, your life is in my hands." This old man Zhao would not hesitate to do this business if he was here. Su Su gathered his courage and asked, "You mean to say that you want us to abandon Su Fengnian and start a rebellion in Nanzhao according to your wishes?" Speaking until here, Su Su sneered and said, "Bah, it's true that my martial arts are not good, but I'm not an ungrateful person." The dwarf old man whose life was hanging by a thread was so angry that he jumped up and gave this idiot a slap. Then, he continued to lie on the ground with his limbs in the air. He did not forget to say angrily, "If you want to die, then die. Don't implicate your grandpa Mengdu." Chen Jibao chuckled and said, "Ungrateful." Su Su did not know where his courage came from. He straightened his neck and said with a red face, "I don't like Su Fengnian, and I don't like people like you even more." Chen Jibao did not argue with him. He said to himself, "In this world, there are differences between public and private affairs. Just like these Miao people sheltering you, the crown prince of a fallen country, because they were indebted to this old man Zhao for not killing them. This is an eye for an eye. Thinking about it, before they die, they still owe you, Su Su." Chen Jibao ordered, "Chu Hu Her, go and kill them. Kill them all." Huyen Swan carried his knife and left. Soon, the Miao Stockade village was filled with cries and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Jibao did not look at Su Su who was gritting his teeth. He asked, "As long as you say to stop, I can make them stop." Su Su was in a dilemma. He closed his eyes and did not dare to look at the Miao people who were drinking with him yesterday. Now, they were lying in a pool of blood. The young and strong Miao people in the stockade were almost all dead. Next would be the defenseless women and the elderly. Su Su turned his head and looked at Shui Songwan in a daze. He asked helplessly, "Will the headmaster agree?" The blind female zither player wanted to say something but stopped. Su Su lowered his head and said sadly, "Yes, as long as we can restore the country, the headmaster will definitely agree." Chen Jibao said calmly, "I promise you, in the future, you can call yourself a king in other places except for Shishu." Su Su sobbed, "What does this have to do with me? I have never thought about restoring the country. I have never thought about those unreachable dynasties, Chen Jibao laughed. Unreachable? Because of your mistake, another 37 Miao people have died, and the number of deaths will continue to increase. If you, Su, are a useless person who does not care about great kindness and righteousness, then you don't even care about small kindness and righteousness. Su raised his head and roared, "Stop." Chen Jibao smiled and was indifferent. Su rushed to Chen Jibao with red eyes. He raised his fist and punched. "I asked you to stop, did you hear me?" Without Chen Jibao making a move, Su flew out and was caught in Xue Songwan's arms. Chen Jibao raised his arm and the killing in the village stopped. Chen Jibao narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He said sarcastically, "If I said that Zhao Dingxiu found me a month ago and wanted to abandon Beiliang and form an alliance with me, would you believe me?" Su, with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth, said in a daze, "Impossible, impossible." Chen Jibao did not look at Su. He looked at Xue Songwan. "Go and tell Zhao Dingxiu that I agree. Shu will give you 30,000 soldiers and horses in half a year. Within a year, you can either eat up Nanzhao and then sit down to talk, or be eaten by me." Xue Songwan was expressionless and nodded. She helped Su away from the beauty seat. The dwarf old man who had escaped death chuckled and stood up. He patted his butt and was about to leave. But a voice came from behind him. "Menggu, when someone accompanied the late emperor on a tour of Shuzhou, you seem to have called him Lame Su when you tried to assassinate him." The old man stopped and did not dare to move. He laughed dryly. "I've long forgotten about the past. King of Shu, you are a magnanimous person. Just let me go like a fart, okay?" The next moment, Chen Jibao held Menggu's head in one hand. The old man's headless body collapsed in the corridor. Chen Jibao threw the head in his hand into the distance and laughed. Chen Jibao, real name Chen Jibao. What a good way to repay kindness. Chapter 1231. The northern Liang of the northwest border had always had the world's fastest saber, the strongest crossbow, the best horse, and the strongest wine. Unfortunately, a few years ago, there had never been a top master here. Hong Shixiang of Wudong had only appeared briefly, and Li Chungang, who had made a comeback, was not a native of the northern Liang. At that time, Chen Jibao and Su Yanbing had not even entered the martial arts role. It was not until the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, appeared out of nowhere. He first entered the martial arts role, and then killed Wang Xianji in the territory of the northern Liang that the people of Liang Jianghu believed that the rise of the Fish Dragon Gang was just an impromptu stroke by Su Fengnian. As Su Fengnian showed his outstanding strength in Liang, the Beiliang Frontier Army and the Liang Temple changed the most. It was not the Beiliang Frontier Army or the Liang Temple, but the people in Liangzhou who had personally experienced His Royal Highness's debauchery. For example, the brothels where he had drunk wine, the shops where he had rewarded money, and even the fortune-tellers who dared to call themselves eminent monks when they shaved their heads and called themselves Taoist masters when they put on Taoist robes. They all swore that they had seen the new prince of Liang's talent. Especially the brothels where they had received Su Fengnian and Li Hanlin. They couldn't wait to worship the chairs in the rooms where His Royal Highness had slept in. The women who had been lucky enough to accompany these young masters to drink were even more valuable. The only fly in the ointment was that after Su Fengnian became the king of Beiliang, he had not visited any of the brothels in the city. As for the large group of playboys in Liangzhou city who had been beaten by the king of Beiliang, they were all arrogant when they went out. They all thought that they had fought with the most powerful person in the world. Who dared to say that they were from Jianghu in front of them? Could they fight with any of the 10 people in the martial arts list in their lifetime? Although the world had heard that the king of Beiliang had killed old monster Wang, who had dominated Jianghu for 60 years, those were all rumors. No one knew how invincible this new martial emperor was. Therefore, when they heard that the two figures would appear in the elixir seed field in the northeast corner of Liangzhou city, they all rushed to the field. The origin of the elixir seed field had always been the evidence of His Royal Highness' absurd behavior. He spent a lot of money to build it for Jianghu people to compete in martial arts. In Liangzhou City, where every inch of land was expensive, the elixir seed field was 500 feet long and wide. If one looked down at the city from Mount Qingliang, they could clearly see this large piece of empty space. It was said that at that time, His Royal Highness, who was whimsical, had drunk tea in the provincial governor's mansion for half a day in order to promote the construction of the elixir seed field. Only then did the provincial governor have to take the risk of being beheaded and use 400,000 taels of military pay to build the elixir seed field. For so many years, the elixir seed field had been a place for Jianghu people to show off their skills. Not to mention Jianghu experts, even level 2 masters didn't want to go there to show off. Over time, the elixir seed field became a playground for the children from the rich and powerful families. It was very suitable for flying kites and riding bamboo horses. However, this time, it seemed that they were serious. When the Wu family's cavalry was about to die, the king of Beiliang was going to compete with an unknown swordsman who was over 100 years old. Suddenly, there was a commotion. On the way to the elixir seed field, countless rumors were spread. Some said that the unknown swordsman with snow-white eyebrows was the family head of the Wu family's sword tomb. Some said that the old swordsman was one of the 4 disciples of Wang Xianji who defeated Lin Ye and the groom. Some said that the king of Beiliang agreed to the battle to win a smile from a beauty. As for why he moved the venue from the king's mansion to the elixir seed field, it was because a certain concubine was good at managing her household. She felt that fighting on Mount Qingliang would damage the tide listening pavilion. Because the old swordsman with long eyebrows and one arm arrived at the elixir seed field first, the king of Beiliang didn't arrive quickly. Instead, he rode an inconspicuous carriage and left slowly. This gave the well-informed citizens enough time to watch the battle. Sui Xiagu, who was the first to arrive at the elixir seed field, stood at the upper left corner of the training ground. His snow-white eyebrows fluttered in the wind. The old man stretched out 2 fingers and stroked one of his eyebrows. He didn't look nervous at all. The old man turned a blind eye to the crowd outside the field. His expression was calm, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought that he could resist the urge to fight, but it seemed that he couldn't be as calm as still water after fighting that brat. This was the last battle of his life, and the title of the strongest fighter in the world, no one else but him. It wasn't that Su Fengnian would be stronger than Dong Tai's sword and Tuoba's fists. It was just that Sui Xiagu had been a nobody in Jianghu for more than 100 years. When he was about to die, he felt that there was no harm in ending the battle with a world-famous battle. Regardless of the outcome, it would be good to let the world know that there was once an old man surnamed Sui who had exchanged an arm with Li Chungang and had suffered countless swords. Coincidentally, when the 2 of them were at daggers drawn, a little girl entered their field of vision and subtly eliminated the thick killing intent that had reached the peak of both sides. Sui Xiagu went with the flow and wanted to fight Su Fengnian to his heart's content in a more conspicuous place. Su Fengnian thought for a while and chose the elixir seed field in the city. Sui Xiagu had no objections. In a carriage, they stared at each other. Su Fengnian's ancient sword, Shu Dao, was placed horizontally on his knees. The future concubine of Beiliang, the head of the literary circle, stared with her eyes wide open. Wang Chudong stared hard at her husband who she had fallen in love with at first sight. Her small face was overflowing with color. She felt a little guilty and carefully asked, "Did I appear at the wrong time?" Su Fengnian's expression was gentle. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, "You are always a timely rain for me." Wang Chudong tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Su Fengnian explained, "There are too many things to worry about in a life-and-death battle with Senior Sui at Tide Listening Lake. More or less, my hands and feet are tied." Wang Chudong frowned and waved her fists. She said angrily, "Why do these old Jianghu seniors always like to find you to fight and kill? They don't have any respect for their elders." Su Fingnian couldn't help but laugh. It can't be helped. Even after a few decades, there's still that much of a difference in seniority between us. It's not a year more, not a year less. Su Fingnian reached out his hand to touch the ancient scabbard of the Shudao sword and lamented, "In the Jianghu, in the final analysis, it is nothing more than seeking freedom. In addition to that, there is no second place in martial arts, so it is inevitable that there will be fighting and killing. I am considered to be in a good situation." Wang Xianji was even more helpless in those 60 years. There was a scholar with the surname Xia in the capital city who wanted to trap him in the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city. Wang Xianji himself did not want to leave and could only wait there to be challenged. In more than 60 years, there were close to 1,400 big and small fights. Wang Chudong hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Why didn't you bring Sister Lu out with you?" Su Fingnian was stunned and speechless. He seemed to have never had this thought. He always felt that she should stay in the courtyard on Mount Qingliang, day after day, year after year, treating her respectfully as a guest. Wang Chudong was simple, but she wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to write The First Snow, which was about love between men and women. It was precisely because of her pure heart that she could point out the heart of others. She lowered her head and said, "Does this count as a crying child getting candy? Sister Lu is more sensible than me, so it's easy for you to forget her." "I don't think this is good." Su Fingnian was silent. After Wang Chudong mentioned it, he remembered many trivial things. He seemed to remember that he seemed to have promised to take her around Beiliang. If there was a chance, he would play a few rounds of chess with her. He would take her to the mountain to knock 108 bells. Most of these promises were unintentional at the time. After she'd married Beiliang, she became famous in Wutong'an. She was decisive in dealing with family matters. Su Fingnian unconsciously regarded Lu Qingyan as a woman who could work with him to achieve great things. He had already quietly regarded her as a virtuous wife who would never complain. As for Lu Qingyan, after she died, she was indeed smooth and slick in dealing with people. It was probably just as Wang Chudong said, Lu Qingyan was a woman who didn't cry. Su Fingnian was a bit absent-minded. For some reason, he thought of the first time he met Lu Qingyan at the Spring God Lake. She was very warm, slightly utilitarian and worldly. Perhaps because of this, Su Fingnian didn't care much about her. What he cared about was even less than the cat-holding woman who chose to stay in Shangyin Academy. Su Fingnian chuckled and said, "If I can withstand the Northern Mang cavalry's advance south, then the things I promised her, I will do them all." In the Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang, there was a private courtyard. The inner hall was dark. A young woman who was prophesied by a fortune-teller before she married Su Fingnian, a match made in heaven, quietly lit a green lamp. This was the second time she lit the lamp wick. The first time, it was Wang Xianji who died. This time, it was Suaxia Valley who started the fight. The name of the lamp in exchange for a life. My life in exchange for his. Chapter 1232. Autumn had arrived in the north and south of the Great River. Cicadas in autumn were hanging on the trees, making their final screeches. Their noise was truly annoying. Spring was high on the branches, autumn was low on the branches. The word worry rose and fell, and filled one's heart. In the late autumn of the first year of Xiangfu, the smoke of war once again rose in the central plains, causing many old people who had experienced the war of the spring and autumn period to tremble with fear. Especially the Guangling Road, whose territory was second only to the southern border, the flames of war continued without any signs of extinguishing. In the history of Liang officials, De Chu became West Chu, Divine Phoenix City was renamed Dingding City, and now those historians had even thought of a new wording, West Chu was changed to later Chu. Even if the Liang imperial court, which had become the rightful ruler of the world, did not start the war unsuccessfully, they still did not think that this group of ghosts, who should have gone with the wind along with the spring and autumn period, could really achieve great things. In fact, as long as the second pillar after Su Shao, Gu Jiantang did not change his position and did not withdraw from the northern border to the south, it meant that the situation was still in the hands of the imperial court. The woman whose real name was Jiang Si did not leave the city with her uncle. She was currently sitting quietly in this enormous home. Across the stone table was the Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, who was reporting the situation of the Eastern Front to her. She was not absent-minded like when she first entered White Deer Cave. Instead, she seriously listened to every word, but she did not make a sound. She did not even think of using her status to criticize the military affairs of the country. Chao Chongqing personally came to the Guangling River and oversaw the Navy flagship. Together with the young General Ko Jianghuai, one on the water and one on the land, the spearhead was directed at the spring snow building of the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi. Jiang Si was already used to listening to reports of victory. First, it was the fledgling Pei Sui who joined hands with Xia Shi. Not only did they defend the important town, they also took advantage of the situation and nailed the 40,000 old soldiers of Ji Nan, led by Yang Xinxing, who had underestimated the enemy, firmly in Qingyang Basin. This was only the first round of the strategy to lure the enemy. Xia Shi very quickly fought a tough battle. Yan Jinchuan's 30,000 elite cavalry of the Yan family were completely annihilated. At the same time, Ko Jianghuai took advantage of the situation and headed east. His military achievements were only slightly inferior to Xia Shi's. He led Zhao Yi's troops by the nose as if he was taking a stroll on the street. One was moving, one was still. The changes in movement and stillness, the combination of strange and normal, were completely out of Li Yang's expectations. According to what the old Grand Tutor had just said, Ko Jianghuai's method of dividing the troops was like an extension of his arm. He had already beaten Zhao Yi's western defensive line like a sieve. The three armies had a total of 60,000 soldiers, and they were separately holed up in Zhaozhuang County, Starport City, and Fire Date Mountain. In addition, the Dechu Navy had greatly intimidated the main force of Zhao Yi's rear, so they did not dare to rashly enter the western front to fill in the holes. The initiative was completely grasped in the hands of Ko Jianghuai. What was left was to see which place this young general would attack first. In the eyes of outsiders, Ko Jianghuai was rather self-respecting with his troops. He had never reported his intentions to the imperial palace and rarely even consulted with Chao Chongqing, who was close by. Regarding this matter, Dechu's 3 provinces and 6 ministries were not without criticism. There were already people who suggested that Xia Shibian, who was more steady in using troops, should be transferred to the Eastern Front, and then the unruly and difficult-to-tame Ko Jianghuai should be transferred to the Western Front. In Dechu's imperial court, the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the other vassal kings of Liang, added together, regardless of whether it was numbers or battle prowess, they could not compare to Zhao Yi, who dared to contend with Beiliang for the #1 army in the world. For this reason, the old man of the Ko family, trembling with fear, took the initiative to come to the imperial palace 2 days ago to present a bramble and ask for punishment. Jiang and I had no choice but to placate him with kind words. She clearly remembered that old imperial tutor's son was clearly an old friend of the Ko family, yet he still fiercely beat the nearly 80-year-old old man of the Ko family to the side. At that time, Jiang and I watched the back of the old man kneeling on the ground after he stood up and turned around, soaked in sweat. She then thought of the imperial court, where even she could see that some of the officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were already beginning to struggle for power. Without her uncle by her side to act as her backbone, she immediately felt a strong sense of powerlessness. The old Grand Preceptor, who seemed to be in good spirits, drank a mouthful of tea to quench his thirst. After he put down the cup, he smiled and said, "This old official knows a little about military affairs, so I don't dare to recklessly guess Ko Jianghuai's next move. However, this old official thinks that as long as we can defeat any one of the 3 prefectures in Zhuangzhuang County, Shaoyi's lucky general, Songli, will definitely be hard-pressed from the very beginning." Sun Shiji thought for a moment, dipped his finger into the tea, and tapped 3 points on the stone table. "At the beginning of summer, old Ko brought Ko Jianghuai to visit us and listen to this young man's opinions. They were all things that had never been mentioned or written in the ancient books. He said that in the future, wars would gradually be inclined to be fought in the wild, and the share of sieges and strongholds would gradually decrease. In short, war is about slowly expanding the overall situation of a country, and nothing more than the essence of the 3 words, point, line, and surface." Ko Jianghuai said that he valued the line more than anyone else, and that his troops and horses would definitely be the best at rapid transfer and long-distance raids. In this way, even if the overall strength of his side was inferior to the enemy's, at certain critical moments, he would be able to bully the enemy with numbers. He would not fight for meaningless victories, but only seek to defeat the enemy's single large number of elite troops and horses. The old Grand Preceptor was in a good mood. He said, at first, this old official thought that Ko Jianghuai, who had made a name for himself in the Shangyin Academy, was bullying this old official and showing off his knowledge on paper. Now that I think about it carefully, I think that Ko Jianghuai is indeed confident. Sun Shiji smiled and said, "I heard that the Spring Snow Building has already issued a death order to Lu Luya at the Fire Date Mountain of the Wushou Fortress. Once the Fire Date is lost, all the generals above the rank of commandant will have to obediently bring their heads to Zhao Yi even if they manage to escape alive.